they took the trees. Our fruit trees. They took the trees and sold us back the fruit. Then they took the water. Rivers, rain, springs that fed civilizations for thousands of years, bottled it and sold it back to us. They took the land that existed here long before any human drew lines around it. And they said, if you want to stand here, you better have a payment plan. Everything we need to exist, food, water, shelter, was already here. Nobody created it. But somehow, you were born owing for it. Am I the only one this drives mad? I mean, why is a free life such a crazy idea? Why does simply existing without bills, debt, or permission sound like a fantasy? Why in the hell did we ever let anybody convince us that this is the way things were supposed to be?
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 196, The Clown Show Must Go On. With special guest, CALEB MAUPIN. And a real fake news update. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we are. All right, guys, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Homeless Left. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We're here bringing you non-tribal approach to news, a non-tribal approach to life in this space. We'll be here all afternoon on this Tuesday. It's Tuesday. We have a crazy show for you guys today. We had to call it. If you guys saw the thumbnail, it says the show must go on, but it's really the clown show must go on, because that's what we're living through in real time. And we are here to investigate, to dissect, to uncover, to expose, to converse about, to bounce off you and figure out ways we can maneuver through this insane clown show that we are living through. And what I'm talking about is the complete instability of this empire, this greatest system, greatest country we've ever experienced. The Western, the Western system is the most advanced system, whether it's war and peace and healthcare, when we know it's really just death care. But everything Western that we were told was advanced, evolved, progressive, whatever they told us, that was a lie. Everything that we've been part of has been part of the same elite few, the billionaire, and now we should add to the mix trillionaire class, who are puppeteering the entire thing from a place of not just pedophile protection, but ritualistic, satanic ball worship. And what we're talking about is murdering and raping and eating children. This is the people that run the West. Just to, if it hasn't sunk in yet, if you're still living in a mindset that it's just those neighbors of ours, the ones with the wrong signs in their yard, they're the problem. If you're stuck in the red versus blue, left versus right, we're watching the honest news versus the dishonest news. Guess what? All of the mainstream media is owned by the same billionaire class, the pedo protecting, blood drinking, child hurting, child raping, child eating billionaire Epstein class. We call them the Epstein class, but it's bigger than Epstein. Epstein's just the title we give it because it's the thing that we're looking at, and yet nothing's changed. We do these rollouts, these if I borrow a term from Spielberg, disclosure days. We have disclosure days all the time. New information coming out that should change anyone's perspective, anybody with any sort of thinking ability. So do we get mad at the people not changing because they weren't affected by these rollouts? Do we get mad at them, or do we understand that they have been hijacked? Their brains have been turned into basically rewired, I would say. And I'm not, making excuses, but just understanding that when we get wired into these camps, into these kind of cult-like mentalities, tribal mentality, when you're a full-on tribalist, and that's what we call people who are thinking from that point of view, stuck in my team versus the other team, everything's a sports match. When you're stuck there, you're not using the ability that you have naturally to use critical thinking skills. Those have been wiped out. We can get them back. So one of our jobs here is not just to report, investigate, discuss, figure out, call it out. What we're doing is we're looking for ways we can engage with others that are still captured, are still in that tribal mindset. And these could be friends, family, coworkers, people in our communities. And if we can figure out those ways to connect with them and get them out of that brain mush that they've been stuck in, then we can actually make a difference with the numbers that we really do have. Because the people, the psychopaths running the planet, ball worshiping child eaters, these people have one thing missing, and that is numbers. We have the numbers. And as soon as we figure that out, that's the thing that they are most afraid of, is us figuring out that, guess what, everyone? We've been on the same team. We've been on the same side the whole time. The Reds and the Blues, the Blacks and the Whites, every single camp they've kept us apart in, separate camps. We're actually part of the same camp. And what camp is that? Well, that's the camp of humanity, the camp of critical thinking, populism. It's people versus the power. It's a bottom-up movement. There ain't no more right and left. It's bottom up. We attack up. We punch up. We don't punch down. Let's get to the show, guys. Again, we're calling it The Clown Show Must Go On, because they have to figure out any way they can to keep the theater alive and keep enough of us glued in to red versus blue and all that stuff. Okay, so we get what we're doing here. We're excited on today's show because we're going to be bringing in CALEB MAUPIN. Really excited about this conversation. This is literally, you want to talk about anti-imperialism. CALEB's the guy to talk to. So we're going to get into some heavy stuff with him. We're going to also look at the recent big quote unquote reveal of Tulsi Gabbard going after Fauci. Did she really do anything to move that in any good direction? We'll have to look at that. We have Starmer out in UK. We'll see what the next step there is for the pedo class and NATO and the Greater Israel Project. Of course, we're going to be looking at Israel, Iran, U.S. How is everybody functioning in this chaos? The deal that is no deal. There is no deal, guys. And then we're also asking the question, is J.D. Vance being groomed for the next incarnation of MAGA 2.0, keeping the duopoly politics alive? It's a great question. It's not an easy answer. It might be more complicated. So we'll look at that later in the show. We'll have Jay Scott on. We'll be talking about that and some other topics as well. So why don't we just make sure we're all up here? I just want to thank everyone for tuning in. And it's getting the algorithm going early is really important. Rumble tends to do well later in the show, but sharing it out now, getting comments on there now really helps us, guys, because it kind of pushes it up in the echelon. We don't really know how this actually works, but the earlier we can get this out, the better. And we're going to be here all afternoon, guys. We got a nice 4-hour show planned for you. So feel free to come and go, do what you need to do. Keep us on in the background, chime in when you can. We'll be talking back with you guys later in the show for Talking Back, which gives you a chance to participate, not just kick back and watch, but you can make the choice on that yourself. YouTube, this is the one where really, man, we've really had some ups and downs with these guys, but we're lucky they haven't pulled the plug on this channel. They already pulled the plug on our first channel that no longer exists. The Homeless Left is no more, does not exist. Just so you guys know, we didn't have a right to exist. Apparently, according to Google, They said that our content was too dangerous. Our conversations were hurting the community. We want to keep the community safe from these discussions. So we understand where they're coming from. Not really. But what do we do instead? We just start a new channel. It's called THL Presents. So please help us out with that one. Share, like, subscribe, all that stuff, and comment in the thing, because we're gonna interact with you guys as well. Like I said, on Talking Back later in the show. I think we're on Twitter still. Yeah, Homeless Left and Matt Weinglass. You can find us on each of those. And then we have the new Twitch, which we don't really do too much on there, but it is apparently up and going right now. So that's good. We'll keep that one alive and see how that goes over these weeks. And I think that should do it. So let's go ahead. And I think we're good on, I think everything's running sharp here. Okay, great. Here we go. All right. We're going to start with, we like to start the week off with some real fake news. You guys know how we do it here. So let's get to it. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. So as everyone knows, this deal or no deal, it never was going to go. It was never going to be a thing. There is no deal. So all this talk about MOUs and signing and all this chaos that came from the right about we didn't get anything good in the deal. It was a 14-point plan, and there wasn't anything really great in it for the U.S. Everything looked like it was going to help Iran, which we didn't have a problem with, but we told you guys the deal was never going to get through because it was not even a deal. It was an intent to have a deal, which wasn't even going to happen for another 60 days at least. And we couldn't even get through day one. That's right. There was supposed to be a ceremony on Friday, right before the weekend. That ceremony never took place. And now we're back to quote unquote negotiations again. So where are we? Where is the mainstream on this right now? Well, let's check in with Fox News, because you got to parade Caroline Levitt around and do your little spin work for the remaining people watching Fox News right now. All right, tell us how great things are going there, Caroline.
That President Trump has been implementing good economic policy for the year and a half he's been in office. He's slashing regulation. He's cutting taxes. He is unleashing American energy dominance, which did bring down the gas and oil prices in this country. Of course, he's been upfront with the American people and recognizing what's going on with Iran has been a short, temporary disruption. But, however, as the Memorandum of Understanding was recently signed, we have seen oil prices fall, just as President Trump said that they would, and they will. They will fall back to the levels they were before Iran began. But it's very important to our nation, our national security, and the American people that the rogue Iranian regime was never allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. President Trump has been very clear about that for decades. Anyone who voted for him understands that. And so now we're in this 60-day negotiating period at the direction of the president, headed up by the vice president, Special Envoy Witkoff, Jared Kushner. Trust in them. This is a team who made the impossible possible with respect to bringing the hostages home from Gaza. Nobody thought that could happen. It happened under the president, the vice president, and the national security team's leadership. So they'll continue to negotiate, ensure that we have a final deal that meets the needs of the American people in our country. President Trump, I know, will never sign on to a deal that does not serve this country and our national security interests. He is always looking out for America first.
So is the spin now that he's the one that didn't want to do this? He's the one, even though he signed it. We had the negotiation, the mediating happening in Pakistan. We had both the Iranian president and the U.S. president sign this thing. And now, because they pulled out, which makes sense, we know why they pulled out. Well, actually, some people don't know why. So why don't we tell you guys what really happened, and then we'll see how they try to spin it on the mainstream networks. But this is literally what happened. So the Iranian leadership is saying, the negotiators are saying, we never want to be in the same frame as the Americans. So why did Iran walk out on negotiations? Well, because, discussions were going very well near the end of the first section. Then Trump made severe threats against the negotiating team, against Iran's president, threats to attack Iranian territory. Why would he do that? We signed that clause 1, and in clause 1, and you guys know we went through these 14 points. Number 1 was really the only one that mattered. There will be no threats and force, but your president made threats and force. Know that we never negotiate under threats and force. And that's why they ended the negotiations and walked out. Well, what kind of threats were these? Well, look, we've seen him talk like this so many different times, so this shouldn't have come as any surprise. Maybe there was a part of this. It looked like could he keep his mouth shut for just a little bit, but he has to do this. There's something to this. There's something to this behavior that it keeps going. It's this never-ending cycle of, sorry, this is the last time. We're not going to blow you guys up. We promise. And then the threats come back. So here we go. This is literally what Trump just said regarding these threats that are public.
We'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head.
Is the text of the agreement now final, or are you still...
No, it's not final. It's a memorandum of understanding. And if I don't like it, we'll go back to shooting at them, dropping bombs on their head.
When do you expect the wording?
If I don't like it, if they don't behave, we'll go right back to dropping bombs right smack in the middle of their head. Okay? Because they've misbehaved for 47 years. All right?
Does it include?
But nobody could have made this deal.
So again, signing the MOU was just theater. There was nothing about it that was going to be substantial of any sort. Are we buying time? Is that what's going on here? Well, we don't really have much time. That's actually a huge problem here. And Syrian Girl points this out. So Iran has pulled out of the negotiations, demanding Trump apologize for threatening to murder negotiators. You won't return home. Well, guess what? They are home now. Their Hormuz is still shut, and Trump admitted he runs out of oil reserves in 4 weeks. So we've given up our timeline of when shit's going to get real crazy and real bad. And this is globally. This isn't just in our country. This is globally. All Iran has to do is wait, and they will get everything they want. Well, theoretically, yes. Unless the entire world goes to shit. I mean, there's a few other ways this can go. So, yes, wait it out. Sounds like they have all the leverage. Well, in a press conference, and CNN aired this, there was a legitimate question asked about leverage, and let's see how Trump responded to that.
Doesn't live up to their agreement, or if they're not behaving, I will do what I have to do.
Does that give them leverage over you, Mr. President?
Say it?
Does that give them leverage, the Iranians leverage over you?
Oh, you're so leverage. You know, their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their leaders are all dead. Their whole country's a mess. Their economy is shot. The Times, the fake New York Times said, oh, it's about the same as it was 4 months ago. No, 4 months ago they had a Navy, 159 ships to be exact. It's gone. The whole Navy's gone. Their 250 airplanes, all gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. Their radar is gone. These guys love radar. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone.
And none of that is true. None of that is true. He just can say it. So I guess there's a certain base that believes that's true. And these quote unquote journalists are nodding along and not calling him out. And I think a lot of that has to do with they don't want to be, bullied by him on camera. They want to kind of nod along. And it has this scary kind of, you walk into the room and you're allowed in until Trump says you're not allowed in anymore. You have to be very careful. Sorry, Mr. Trump. I just thought I'd ask about leverage. My bad. Can I stay in the room? And so that's where we are now. This press room, by the way, this press room post Biden was supposed to be a place where journalism could happen again, because we didn't have journalism during the Biden years. And one of the things Trump ran on was that we were going to open up this area, this arena for all sorts of journalists to come in, independent journalists. There was a submission that we were actually able to do, and a lot of other people in our arena, we were told, hey, they're gonna let outside journalists in. We didn't think we'd get selected, but we submitted. So there's a lot of people that submitted and said, oh, Trump's gonna allow for discourse in the Oval Office, in these press opportunities. No, exactly the opposite. You're walking on eggshells. Nothing more will be said by any of these quote unquote journalists. They're not going to actually be able to do their job. So that's it. Trump can just continue to make up stuff while we're not getting told what's actually happening. Here's what's actually happening. That first point, not only did Trump break it, the first clause, Netanyahu broke it too. And that's the part that the mainstream doesn't really even want to acknowledge has happened at all. And that's really the heart of it. Who's really pulling the strings here? Netanyahu tells us this. He's going to do whatever he wants.
Told me not to enter Rafah. I entered Rafah. I was told not to strike Hezbollah. We struck Hezbollah. They told me not to confront Iran. We confronted Iran. And today I want to begin with a simple question. What have we achieved? Because these same people and whatever, their cronies in the press are trying to diminish our achievements. In fact, they're trying to erase them completely. So what is it that we achieved? Here's what we achieved. We prevented Iran from carrying out a plan to annihilate us, and today they would have had a nuclear weapon, an atomic bomb to do so. We prevented that from happening. We removed an existential danger.
You know, I say this a lot. There's such similarities between Netanyahu and Trump. They're very similar. These guys are able to run their mouth, pretend that they're unique, pretend that that they're representing the people beyond all the barricades that are up. Whatever's up there to stop you, you're still doing it for the people, and then kind of spin any insane action and spin it like it's something that it's not. No, none of that is true. And he could just keep running his mouth like this. And I do think that the two of these guys, what they else have in common, you guys heard us say this on the show before, the two of them, what they really have in common is they ultimately each will be the fall guy for the thing that they're really protecting, and that thing will stay protected because you blame it on the guy that went too far, even though the thing that they're representing functions exactly how they function, but they're just kind of do it in a very outlandish characterist way where it seems like you could detach it and say, oh, Netanyahu's just doing this. Netanyahu independently didn't want to follow the clause of Lebanon, stay out of Lebanon. That was one of the points in the MOU. You can't keep killing people in Lebanon. You can't just keep doing that. But he says, no, I can do whatever the F I want. Well, how does Trump and how does he respond when they're asked about? Look at him playing dumb about this. This is Trump playing dumb about the Lebanon question, which is, I'm glad it's actually being asked, but there's no follow up here, just the question.
Hey, here's another beauty. What's this one?
Well,
here's a real beauty.
earlier
Go
today,
ahead.
the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are not leaving Lebanon. That is a sticking point.
Who did he tell that to you?
He said it publicly in Israel.
Well, we're going to take a look at it.
Well, what would you do to make sure that he doesn't?
Well, I'm not going to
sabotage
tell
the
you
deal?
what I'm going to do, but it gets solved. I'm a problem solver. I get problem solved real fast, including with Bibi. Go ahead.
So that's just avoiding the question and acting like, what does that mean? What do you mean problem solving? What's the solution? There's no solution. If this guy is supposed to be our greatest ally and he's not even part of these negotiations to begin with, which we called that out, by the way, we called that out. You're not even in the room. There's nobody representing Israel in the room at all for these negotiations. So what is it that what was the signing even about? Israel wasn't even in the room. And they're saying, we're going to do what we're going to do. And there's nothing you to stop us. Trump has a plan to stop it, but that plan's not going to actually happen. Well, J.D. Vance was asked pretty much the same question. Let's see how he responded.
Are you related to a stop genocide in Lebanon? As you know, your alignment, Israel has something like genocide in Lebanon. The main issue is stopping this.
Well, ma'am, I think that the President of the United States and the United States of America have done more to stop the conflict in Lebanon than any government anywhere in the world over the last few months, and we're going to keep on working towards it. As I think a lot of you appreciate, peace is never easy. Peace always requires a little bit of work. It always requires a little bit of give and take. But the President of the United States is committed not just to peace between the United States and Iran. The President is committed to a regional peace, which is why we're here working so hard to settle our issues.
And it goes on. The clown show continues on and on and on. And, you know, we're here with you guys twice a week throughout, the afternoons. But these mainstream, they're running 24/7. They're running these 24-hour news networks. They have massive amount of funding behind them, massive amount of billionaire class behind them. But I wonder, what do they fill their airtime with? When they are going to deflect and they're going to pretend that this is a left versus right thing, when in reality everybody behind those news networks are still pushing Israel first. All of them are. So what do they fill their other airtime with? What are they going to do between discussing this non-deal? What are they going to do? Well, they're going to keep parading around anti-Semitism. And I just want to remind you guys, this is the ploy of all the networks. This just happened to be on Fox News, but they do this on all the networks. Here's Susan Collins telling you what the American people need to be most concerned about right now, even though we're on the brink of World War III, and this is completely chaos. It's complete chaos. How we're going to get through any sort of ending point, as usual, because that's the imperialist model. There is never an end game, ever. So this is what we need to be thinking about: anti-Semitism.
Say, when you hear these numbers, that an AIPAC endorsement can make people less likely. 44% say it would make them less likely to vote for the candidate. You have been supportive of Israel. Are you changing that support at all in light of all of this?
No way. I remain a very strong supporter of Israel, the one democracy in the Middle East, our true ally in the Middle East. And I think
our true ally that is indiscriminately murdering people on a daily basis and will not stop, will not freaking stop, and is preventing us from actually having a deal and not destroying the entire world economy from this greater Israel project. Still, this is our greatest, bestiest friend ever to exist. That's the messaging.
this sadly reflects rising anti-Semitism in our country that Graham Plattner certainly is part of and has been since his high school days. That's been a consistent theme throughout.
Oh, yeah. Look at the nodding along. Oh, yeah. Oh, incredible. Just such a deep thought of, man, we should have her on. She's got it. When is she going to be a regular contributor to Fox News? That's what I want to know, when she gets her contract. This is so insightful.
His entire life, he accuses Israel of committing genocide. He praises Hamas for its tactics in killing Israeli soldiers. This is appalling. And it's important to recognize that AIPAC is made up of Americans who care deeply about our relationship with Israel.
Because they're Israel first. That's what, and they're a lot of dual citizens, like a lot of our elected leaders. Most of our elected leaders are dual citizens with Israel. So what is this? Remember, they're Americans. Come on.
Plattner makes it sound like this is some sort of evil foreign influence, and that is absolutely wrong.
Oh, it's so wrong. It's so wrong because Israel has to defend itself. It has to defend itself. Oh, and there you go. Is this ever going to change? Are we seeing a change? Are we seeing a world in which the mainstream is going to have to let this narrative go at some point? Maybe incrementally, because we know you couldn't really have a discussion like this even 5 years ago, let alone 3 years ago, about calling out the terrorist behavior that we're funding of our greatest ally on the planet. So that might be changing. So you're going to see more parading around of this garbage on all the networks. So we just need to keep our eye on that, and also understand there's a lot going on here, even beyond Israel's controlling everything, because we also have a technocratic wing of the billionaire class that probably also, with their power, would rather Israel was not bombing the shit out of Lebanon as well. And so that's something that we need to look at too, because the world economy is collapsing. The petrodollar is collapsing. We can only hold off so long and play this clown show theater for so long. It is not sustainable. It's going to crack, and we might be just a matter of weeks or months away from it. But that's why we got to bring you guys what's really going on, because we ain't brought to you by any of those pharma or military contract companies. We do this on our own. And that's why this is the real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay. So let's go ahead and we'll set up the next segment. I do tend to want to do these ones later in the show, but this one just needed to happen now, because we actually covered this story. We covered this story with Craig Pasta yesterday. Actually went on Truthwire with Craig Pasta. I was subbing in for Fiorella Isabel, and we did talk about Tulsi Gabbard. So we'll be able to break this down a little more delicately now. We've had a chance to go through it. I think you guys might have also had a chance to see some of this on your feed as far as Tulsi's last day in office and what she did on that day. So why don't we go ahead and call this segment We Know What It's Not, and we'll get to the bottom of this, of if Tulsi actually did anything of substance, or did she move the needle back for us? We'll have to look at it. Here we go. You guys know what we like to call this segment. Here it is.
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. They'll be back with a diagnosis very soon. What's going on with all these medical emergencies happening all over the place? All of our loved ones, our colleagues, our coworkers, every time we go down our feed, there's another sudden death, rapid cancer, neurological problems, myocarditis, blood clots, all happening in so many athletes, young athletes, high school students, college students. It's everywhere. But make no mistake, we're not doctors. We're not scientists. We have no business having an opinion on the matter. The experts, they're looking into it. As I said, when they get back, they will tell us exactly what's going on. But in the meantime, rest assured, they can tell us 100% that we know what it's not. Tulsi Gabbard, Director of National Intelligence, had her final day on the job. You guys know very well, you've been paying attention and following along over this year and a half that she's been in that position of power. There hasn't been really any power for Tulsi. She hasn't been able to do anything when it comes to letting her diagnosis of Iran actually be taken seriously. They don't have capabilities of nuclear weapons. That was 100% checked out and done. And then Trump overrode that. So what about Tulsi in another arena in her job when she looks into the medical establishment, particularly when it comes to going after Dr. Anthony Fauci? So her final day, Tulsi does a big release, and she produces a video, very high quality video. We're going to show it to you right now. And there's a lot of people celebrating this moment. She really stuck it to Fauci. She's released all these documents. Well, let's see what she actually did and why so many people are excited about it, but why so many of us aren't so excited about it. Here we go. And this is very well produced. I got to say, she's got a great team behind her, probably unlimited funding because it's coming from taxpayer money. So we're actually paying for this production that she did on her final day. Take it away, Tulsi.
Before the COVID pandemic, Dr. Fauci, as head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, provided millions in U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund dangerous gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, work which is now widely viewed as the source of the unintentional lab leak that sparked the pandemic. Now, in support of President Trump's maximum transparency mandate, today, on my final day as Director of National Intelligence, I'm releasing never-before-seen communications and documents that
Oh, look at that those big binders. I'm excited. What's going to be in these binders that we've never seen before?
expose exactly how Fauci worked with politicized career leadership in the intelligence community to suppress the truth about his actions, the virus's lab leak origins, and his role in directing U.S. funding for this dangerous research that caused immeasurable harm and countless lost lives.
Wait a minute. The countless lost lives, I'm sure you're referring to the rollout of an experimental jab that killed millions of people globally. That's what wait a minute. You're not talking about that. You're just talking about the gain of function, because then what killed people? Oh, are you insinuating that COVID killed people on a massive level? Is that what we're going with? Okay. That's okay. That's got to just be in the beginning, right? That's just the beginning. You got more to say than just, we finally got Fauci for gain of function research, because we've been doing that work for years and we already have that evidence that he funded gain of function research. We already know he lied under Congress under oath, but I'm sure this is just the intro, right? You got more to say, more to uncover, right? About rolling out this experimental gene therapy, mandating it on the population, fearing people into doing something against their will. That's what you're getting at, right?
Now, these documents expose Fauci's direct role in influencing and manipulating IC assessments on COVID-19 and how Fauci lied to Congress in 2024 when under oath he denied knowledge of or participation in discussions with intelligence officials about viral research. We also received testimony from multiple intelligence community whistleblowers who reported retaliation for challenging the intelligence community's manipulation of intelligence on the virus's origins.
Yeah, we've already uncovered that. We have the emails. They were already hacked. We got them from 4 years ago. We got 5 years ago. Fauci and Collins discussing about taking down the people that put together the Barrington Declaration. Anybody that was assigned to assess the origins of COVID, their initial assessment was that it came from a lab, and then Fauci took government funding, paid them off millions of dollars to change their story. We already have that proof. That's already been released. So what's in your binder? I don't understand. What the F is in? Oh, you have new testimony, new people that were in the room? I was in the room when that happened. Is that your big reveal, Tulsi? Someone else in the room we didn't know was in the room before. We've already seen the emails. We have the freaking receipts of the payoff of the bribe money that Fauci get. We've had this for 4 or 5 years. What's in the binders? I'm still trying. She might be getting to it. I might be just okay. Let's give her a chance. Give her a chance. She's getting to it, right? Right?
Once again, revealing a clear pattern of suppressing dissent, silencing critics, and burying the truth. Dr. Fauci's close relationships with the intelligence community enabled him to assume 3 key roles that shield him from scrutiny. First, Dr. Fauci funded dangerous gain-of-function coronavirus research linked to Big Pharma and their pursuit of universal vaccines worth trillions of dollars. Second, Dr. Fauci was the—
Wait. Universal vaccines. And then what about those vaccines? Are you suggesting these are the things that helped save people, but they were just trying to make money off of saving people? I don't know. Again, I'm sorry. I'll let her talk some more. Maybe she's getting to it.
The behind-the-scenes advisor who, alongside his hand-picked so-called experts, pushed the intelligence community to endorse a natural animal origin to hide his dangerous gain-of-function research that he funded using taxpayer dollars, all of this in a deliberate attempt to cover up the truth and shift the blame and attention away from Fauci's own actions. Third, Dr. Fauci became the nation's pandemic pundit, and he publicly pushed lies, disinformation, and censorship using every platform available. Now, according to hundreds of...
Wait, so the lies, are you just saying about the gain of function not existing and him not funding it? That was the lie he was pushing? You're not really going that deep here, Tulsi. We know he took advantage of those roles. He was doing all these things. He was absolutely censoring people. But we already know all this. We have the records of this. We literally have records of this. But come on, maybe there's something else we're missing. Go ahead.
Reviewed emails, which are included in this release, the intelligence community almost always incorporated Fauci's recommendations. He promoted a fraudulent paper whose publication he helped prompt as legitimate information for intelligence community consideration. Senior analysts praised Dr. Fauci not as a policymaker, but as what they called an unbiased guide to the real coronavirus experts, while deliberately ignoring experts who might dissent from Fauci's narratives. Now, Fauci didn't stop there. He blatantly lied to Congress under oath during his 2024 testimony to the House Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic, denying that he ever spoke to any intelligence agency about COVID. Now, the correspondence I'm releasing today directly contradicts his sworn testimony. Now, we received statements from multiple whistleblowers revealing that the intelligence analysts who dared to challenge Dr. Fauci's COVID origin conclusions faced threats of retaliation, marginalization, and many suffered career setbacks.
You literally already said that. We already have that. You are not. Is this all you're talking about? The gain of function cover up, and with that, just to be clear, the implication is that there's only two possibilities here, and she's getting the truth out, guys, on her last day, that it's not that one of those ways was made up. The wet market was made up, but we've known that for 5.5 freaking years. So she's implying there's only one other way, and that is what they call a lab leak. That is controlled opposition. That is bullshit. There is no lab leak. There is a deliberate intention to create the virus that was marketed and packaged it to the entire world in ways where you suppress any other way to get to treat COVID. You had to follow these recommendations. She's not going to talk about any of that in this speech. Where we're talking about the ventilators and the remdesivir that was pushed on every single hospital, every single doctor's clinic. If you did not do those things, you lost your license. Is she going to talk about any of that? Why was that done? This isn't to make money. This isn't for pharma to make money off of saving lives, because that's all she is suggesting here. It's pharma making money off of killing people with an experimental gene therapy that doesn't actually act as a vaccine. It acts as a gene therapy, and spike protein goes in everyone's body. And that's the thing that became the bioweapon, was the actual vaccine. So that option is not being said here, and that's on purpose. So don't think for a second that anything in that binder is going to talk about what I'm saying. She's ending this conversation with, we're telling you guys, it really was gain of function. And then we had a lab leak, and we have proof. And we have proof that he stopped anyone from saying it, that the wet market theory was bullshit. That's the extent of this.
For example, a contractor was terminated just days after coming forward to ODNI as a whistleblower. Another example, those who advocated for the lab leak hypothesis or expressed dissenting views were reminded by their managers that leadership would determine which analysts would be promoted and which would not.
We already know all this. Are you going to give us anything new here with that fake binder sitting next to you? By the way, great production. I love it. I love the just beautiful choreographed with the cinematography, the coloring, the lighting. It's absolutely gorgeous. This does not look like somebody who's sticking it to the deep state. It looks like someone who's working with the deep state. And why do we say deep state? Well, she loves using that term. We'll get to that. We'll get to that one in just a moment. But let's let her finish this one up.
The message was clear: go along or be punished. Senior leaders also sought to undermine whistleblowers by removing anonymity, which is required in the whistleblower process, as they made their complaints, and also insisting that their managers or attorneys be present during ODNI meetings where these whistleblowers were coming forward with their testimony, obviously creating an atmosphere of intimidation. The COVID pandemic caused tremendous hardship and pain for millions of our fellow Americans and countless people around the world. Now, after years of lies and censorship and
so she's not going to tell us what that pain entailed. She's insinuating it's because there were dissenting voices that were covered up, and because of Fauci doing a gain of function research and accidentally leaking this horrible virus, which killed so many people. That's all she's alluding to was the problem. And this type of narrative lines up with Trump's administration that she's leaving. She's not exposing anything in the administration that did what? Stood behind the rollout of the vax, right? Operation Warp Speed, the one that is funding Pfizer right now. RFK Jr. is actually leading that right now, giving not just for basic vaccine money. We literally have a new contract with Pfizer that we've discovered last week. We showed you guys. RFK Jr. signed off on it for $1 billion of more vaccines for COVID for adults and kids. $1 billion that went to Pfizer. So this narrative actually lines up with that, because we got to get more vaccines out for a thing that caused, as Tulsi just said in her final day, caused so much pain and hardship. So Pfizer needs more money for more mRNA gene therapy experimental jabs, which has cancer carcinogen SV40 laced inside on purpose. She won't tell you any of that.
Cover-ups. The American people deserve transparency, truth, and accountability. The tactics that were used to hide the truth are straight from the deep state playbook. Politicized, self-serving leaders like Dr. Fauci covered up their own wrongdoing and abuses of power, manipulated intelligence, lied to Congress, and undermined a duly elected president by restricting his access to the vital facts he needed to keep the country safe. It's time you know the truth.
Oh yeah, beautiful. Nice last punch there. And the deep state, guys, make no mistake. Deep state, what the deep state is, that language is the right wing's version of Russiagate. You guys understand that, right? That there's this entity, we can't put our finger on it. It's preventing us from doing what we need to do because there's this interference that's happening. And even when we're in office, we can't get that thing done because it's working with the other team. Deep state is synonymous with Democrats are up to no good, just so you guys understand that. And that's the limit of it. Just like when the Dems call out the Russiagate MAGA movement, the point is that half the country has a problem, is corrupt, and the other half is working to stop it. It's bullshit on both sides. There's no deep state. There's no Russiagate. There's only the Epstein class billionaire, ball worshiping, child eating psychopaths. That's all there is. And it's both sides. So don't listen to this deep state shit anymore. Tulsi did one more of those on her way out. This one, she going on and on. Oh, my job was so hard. I couldn't get anything done because, that deep state thing.
You think the campaign was hard? You think what President Trump went through was hard? And it was. The road ahead will not be easy. I can attest personally that in my work as the Director of National Intelligence, the deep state is fighting us every step of the way.
Oh my God, those darn Democrats and their darn deep state still just inside everything. We can't get anything done. We can't do anything.
and it exists within every single federal agency. And so I feel the same frustration that I see many of you expressing on X or in different platforms about why aren't things going faster? Why aren't we getting results more quickly?
That's actually not the argument. Don't bullshit us. The argument isn't why aren't things going faster? F that. Nobody is saying why aren't things going faster. They're saying why are you doing the opposite of what you campaigned on? There's difference. There's a difference. She didn't accidentally get that wrong. She gets that wrong on purpose. Nobody is saying, hurry up, will ya? We're impatient. They're saying, you deceived us. You stabbed us in the back, you sons of bitches. That's what they're saying. So that is another purposeful theater piece on her way out. She has to tell us how hard it is. And that's why, and you guys need to be patient.
I feel this frustration every single day. We are pushing hard. Know that they are pushing hard back.
Oh, they are pushing so hard. And RFK was getting put when he's writing that $1 billion check to Pfizer. Dude, you're going so slow with that check writing. Write it faster. Get Pfizer their money faster, man. Why are you taking so long? Oh, that deep state. Oh my God. So we'll end on this because you guys know this is we know what it's not. Again, we're told to stay in place. We're not going to have any of the discussions, anything. I interrupted that video several times to show you guys what was not being said, the things they tell us we're not allowed to talk about. We have to stay patient. We have to wait here until the experts come back and tell us what's going on. Why are all these people dropping dead? Why are young athletes getting myocarditis? Why are there neurological problems up the ass everywhere you look? Rapid cancers, heart attacks, sudden deaths, athletes for no reason. Why is this happening? We're not allowed to say why. What I can do is I can end the segment and just show you guys, I'm just reporting news. This is what we see on our feed every single day. Not related to the story though, guys. Not related at all. Just reporting the news. Fitness influencer Carly Douglas dies at age 36, 3 months after sharing cancer diagnosis. That's called rapid cancer. Totally normal now. Totally normal. Perfectly healthy. Perfectly normal. Get used to it. Here's an actress, child actress, dies at 35. She contracts a blood problem. Out of nowhere. Sepsis. Meningitis and sepsis. Bloodstream infection. Boom. Gone. This guy, music producer, Tate Keith, dead at 29. What happened? Well, they had to do a wellness check because nobody knew what happened to him. He just didn't show up to work. They checked on his apartment in Nashville. Dead. The police do not suspect foul play. No cause of death at the moment. Don't worry. They'll come back and tell us what happened, but we're not allowed to suspect. We're not allowed to guess. We're not allowed to ask questions. We're not allowed to ask about vaccine status because that's private. How dare you? The only way we can tell people publicly about their vaccine status is if you go out to a restaurant, you have to have lunch, you need to show your vaccine card. Other than that, keep your mouth shut. It's private. And then this is happening to athletes everywhere, all the time. Rushed to hospital, Jenny Simpson. In the middle of her race, she collapses. She must have been racing too hard. We all know that. You can't run. You got to run hard. If you're an Olympian, you got to run hard, but don't run too hard because you might go into a heart attack and your heart might stop momentarily until you're rushed to the hospital. We actually hope she does okay and she recovers from this. Well, there you go. Those are unrelated events, just happened to see in our feed this morning. Every day, every single day, they're on and on and on. And we can only be on so long, guys. Just giving you some examples. But we're not allowed to ask questions. We have to stay put because we've been told one thing's for sure. Even though doctors are baffled, they don't know what's actually happening. But one thing we know for sure, and that is we know what it's not. All right, guys. That should do it right there. I think we're ready to move on to our special guest today. Let me go ahead and just make sure we're queued up, guys. I do see some super chats. We'll get to you guys in a moment. Well, we're gonna do the interview. I'm really excited about this. We're gonna do this conversation, guys, and then we will get to your comments after that. So bear with us here. Just want to make sure we're all queued up. Here we go. And if you're just joining us, guys, you got here just at the right time because we're about to get into our special guest right now. And if anything we did before this, you can always go back and watch our streams. We keep them up live on Rumble, on YouTube. Go to our live, catalog. You can watch them in their entirety. We don't take anything down ever. The only things that get taken down, they take down, which is YouTube likes to take stuff down. Rumble's kept all of our stuff up. All of our episodes are up on Rumble from the very time we started. There's like 196 episodes now, which is pretty remarkable. But if you want those segments by themselves, we do upload those after the shows, and you guys can share those out, get those little snippets out to people, start conversations with people that, might want to start building bridges back with some of the people that uninvited you to Thanksgiving or whatever happened. Maybe you voted for the wrong person at the last election, whatever the case may be. Let's have those conversations. It's important. It's important. So we plant seeds. We plant seeds. And speaking of planting seeds, this actually leads into our next discussion here. We'll give him a proper introduction. He is a journalist, a political analyst, founder of the anti-imperialist group, the Center for Political Innovation. Their official convention is coming up in Chicago, August 15th. Please welcome back to the show, CALEB MAUPIN.
Hey, how you doing?
Great. How are you, Caleb?
I'm great. It's a lovely summer day. I'm here in my lovely Brooklyn apartment. Can't complain. How about you?
Oh, well, hey, we're toughing it out here on the West Coast in LA, doing well. We just like to, get the stories out and do the things. We like to call out the stuff happening right here in Hollywood, but we like to have these conversations with people like you. I love sitting down with you on this one because this is what we're about. We talk about challenging the imperialist regimes. We talk about anti-war. We talk about the things that get us in trouble constantly. And it seems that your group, the Center for Political Innovation, has been yet another target of for whatever reason, and I want you to take the ball here, but for whatever reason, you guys have a target on your back, and I'm thinking it's because of your anti-imperialist state. Can you guys can you tell us a little bit about what's been going on with your group?
Oh, well, if that's the way we're going to talk about things, I mean, we could talk a long time, but the latest thing I'm sure you're referring to is that we wanted to do a GoFundMe for our convention coming up on August 15th. And GoFundMe froze the the fundraiser, and then they told us that in order to have a GoFundMe for our fundraiser, we would need to list every single person who might attend the convention, their birth date, their home address, their full legal name. You want to talk about a ridiculous invasion of privacy? That's absurd. If you're having a public event, we're going to give the name of every person in our group and their birth date and their home address. I mean, we don't even keep that information on file. So that was particularly outrageous, and we can't fundraise with GoFundMe anymore. So yeah, that's what you're referring to, right?
Yeah, because this is something, and we've seen this happen with other groups. Sometimes they get targeted because for whatever what do you think that is, that GoFundMe can do this and then pretend that this is standard operational procedure to collect information, private information from your members, from people showing up to an event, that's something that's standard? Is that the excuse they're giving you?
It's just an excuse. They just don't want to let us fundraise on there because we've been flagged. Obviously, we've been flagged. I mean, this is a long story. I mean, years ago, I was blocked from using PayPal, and I got a notice that I was no longer welcome to use PayPal. I've never been able to use it ever since. And there was a news story because a number of other alternative media people got the same notice on the same day. But you can go down the line. I mean, I have been a thorn in the side of the Israel lobby for a long time. You want to see the clip? I've got the clip here of when I confronted the U.S. State Department spokesperson, John Kirby, about Israeli nukes. You want to see that? You want me to put that clip in here? Yeah, this was a great moment in my career. Here, it's in the studio there.
So an email has recently come to light, an exchange between Jeffrey Leeds and former Secretary of State Colin Powell, in which he acknowledges that Israel has, quote, has he says 200 nuclear weapons. And the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty has not been signed by Israel. Under U.S. law, the United States should cut off support to Israel because it's a nuclear power that has not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, according to Colin Powell, correct?
Shouldn't you ask Colin Powell that? I'm not going to speak to this particular traffic, and I'm certainly not going to discuss.
Israel doesn't have nuclear weapons?
I'm certainly not going to discuss matters of intelligence from the podium. I'm not. I have no comment on that.
Okay. Well, the email says the boys in Tehran know Israel has 200, all we targeted on Tehran, and we have thousands. I mean, that seems to indicate that there's a knowledge of an Israeli nuclear program, which would make U.S. aid to Israel illegal.
I think I've answered your question.
Okay. Well, let me ask. Is that, do I have the correct understanding of U.S. law that we're not allowed to support a nuclear power that has not signed the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty?
Look, we obviously support the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. I'm not a legal expert on all the tenets of it, and I'm certainly not going to speak about the details that you've revealed here in this email traffic. That would be inappropriate for me to discuss one way or the other. I'm not going to do it.
There are sanctions imposed on North Korea in response to their nuclear proliferation. There were sanctions put on Iran in response to allegations of nuclear proliferation. And now we have this email from Colin Powell saying that Israel has 200 nuclear weapons. Why is Israel not facing any consequence for this?
That's a very colorful way of getting back to the same question you just asked me. But I'm going to refer you back to the transcript when you see it this afternoon to what I said before to your question. Saeed?
You're familiar with this email, right?
I'm not.
Oh.
I have not seen it. I can't speak to the email, and frankly, even if I'd seen it, sir, I wouldn't engage in that kind of a discussion from the podium.
Yeah. Wow. So they obviously don't want to have that discussion. It's made very clear, very obvious that Israel gets a special exception with all of these elements as far as what they're allowed to do versus everybody else in the region. And we know this. So, great for calling that out. So do you think when this incident occurred, is that where you saw you getting more flagged post this interaction? Is that what started to happen?
I mean, if you're a serious anti-imperialist, you're obviously going to make the system angry. But there's a whole series of things. In 2014 and 2015, I attended the New Horizon conference in Iran, which was a conference of independent filmmakers and thinkers that was anti-Israel. And I spoke at that conference twice, and that conference was denounced from the floor of the U.S. Congress as a hate fest against Israel, etc. And then Alex Reed Ross, a very interesting individual who I guess was affiliated with Democratic Socialists of America, he decided to run a hit piece on the conference that was published in Haaretz, the daily newspaper of Israel. And it gave me 2 paragraphs about, me, and very deceptively worded. They know how to play the game. Like, it tried to hold me responsible for a debate I had with somebody. I debated a far right-wing guy who had denied the Holocaust. And so they said, and he debated against, and they had the quote from the guy who denied the Holocaust. Well, debate means I don't agree with that, right? That's what debate means, but it made it look like I was somehow responsible for the words of this individual. And, I've been on Israel's not so good list for quite some time. In 2015, I went with the Red Crescent Society of the Islamic Republic of Iran to try and deliver medical aid to Yemen. That was a life-changing experience. I was on the ship with Iranian doctors and members of the Iranian parliament, Iranian surgeons. I was the only American on the ship. Everyone was Iranian. There was a German citizen, and then there was a French citizen on the ship. I was the only American. And that was while the Iran nuclear deal negotiations were taking place. And we, were trying to deliver medical aid to Yemen. While I was on the ship in 2015, they tried to claim we were smuggling weapons to Yemen, which we were not doing. And both Saudi Arabia and Israel said that a strike on our ship would be justified. And my understanding is that as the negotiations were taking place in Geneva, John Kerry was really, really angry that I was on the ship. He was, Secretary of State, and he was negotiating with Zarif, the Iranian foreign minister. And he was really, really angry that I was on the ship. He said my name personally to Javid Zarif, was really, really angry that this Occupy Wall Street kid was on the ship going to Yemen. And they ultimately turned the ship around and they docked in Djibouti, and they revealed in Djibouti that we weren't smuggling any weapons. But the day that we were supposed to arrive in Yemen, in the port of Hodeidah, the Saudis bombed the port 8 times in a single day, just completely demolished the port. So if we had actually arrived on time, I would be dead right now. So that was kind of a life-changing experience. That was in 2015. So I've been doing things that the deep state is not big fans of for a long time. More recently, 2022, you'll remember the special military operation had just begun, and the FBI raided the homes of the Uhuru movement. You know about the Uhuru case, Chairman O'Malley, the African People's Socialist Party. And the day they were raided, I did what anyone would do. And as the leader of the Center for Political Innovation, I called them up on the phone and I said, we want to do everything we can to support you now. And they said, okay. And they said, we're going to come. And we said, we're having a conference in a couple days in Chicago. Would you like to come to the conference to talk about your case and talk about the FBI? They said, sure. So we had the conference. It was scheduled and I got blackmailed. People called me up. Former members of CPI called me up. Oh, we're going to put this on the internet and destroy your reputation. You better cancel the conference. You better cancel the conference. Well, we didn't cancel the conference, whatever. I survived being, blackmailed, Me Too'd, whatever you want to call it. I kept going. So this is the kind of thing, this is kind of par for the course, right? If you are fighting the powers that be, if you're putting out an anti-imperialist message, you have to deal with this. What is unfortunate is that I think that our spaces are being manipulated. And I've written a lot about the years of lead in Italy. You know about the years of lead?
No, explain that.
So in the 1960s and 70s, Italy was planning to leave NATO. The Italian public felt that America had kind of screwed them over after the Second World War, and the Communist Party was growing in big numbers, and so were some right-wing parties like the Christian Democrat Party. And so the CIA had a program to keep Italy in NATO called Operation Gladio. And what that was they funneled money. Yeah, they funneled money to the far left, to the far right. And there were loads of assassinations and bombings and killing. They call it the years of lead because it's like bullets, lead. Hundreds of people were killed, but a lot more people were just crippled for life. It was kind of like the kneecapping practice of the mafia. They would like shoot people in their legs, and so they'd be disabled for life. And it was really nasty, and nobody knew who was on what side. You had the Red Brigades, which was like a communist group that first started targeting far right-wing people, but then started killing communists that they thought were sellouts. And on the far right, you had different groups that were killing each other. And this was all being fomented by the CIA. And the population of Italy just became weary because even though the public overwhelmingly wanted to leave NATO, it got to the point that everyone was just tired of the killing, tired of the violence. Nobody knew who was on what side. And to this day, Italy is still a member of NATO. And that's counterinsurgency. And that was the years of lead in Italy. And that's how they kind of kept Italy in the NATO camp. And I feel like now, in a way, we're winning, Matt, we're winning as we're going up against the powers that be. People don't trust the mainstream media anymore. People don't trust the U.S. government, and they don't support its wars. And so the way that they're planning to win is a similar thing. They want to manipulate and confuse the dissidents and get the dissidents confused. William S. Lind, the Pentagon strategist, he's written a lot about fourth generation warfare. He tells the story of David and Goliath. He says, that story's been told for thousands of years. Whoever sides with Goliath? Nobody. So if you want to win, you never want to have a David and Goliath versus, scenario, because the public will just side with David against Goliath. What you do is you have David fight another David and another David and another David, and no one can tell who the real David is. And Goliath just sits back and says, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you always fighting? And that's how Goliath wins by default. And that's the game they're playing right now. I believe that overwhelmingly the American people know their living standard is going down. Their freedoms are being taken away. Wars are being waged around the world to benefit a small group of ultra-rich people while we all get poorer. Everybody knows that in America. We don't know why. There's a lot of disagreement about why. And so the way that they're trying to handle the widespread dissent is by confusing dissident circles, fomenting political violence, etc. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. And I think there's a lot of psyops going on. For example, I understand why people might have felt emboldened by the killing of Brian Thompson. I'm not sure that Luigi Mangione actually did it, by the way. I'm not sure that he's guilty.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah. But regardless, I told people, don't celebrate this. We don't need political violence. We need a movement, And then when the killing of Charlie Kirk happened, then my thesis about an American years of lead being the strategy, I mean, then it was really blatant because we saw what happened, which is after Charlie Kirk's death, the memo got sent out to every leftist. It is your job to celebrate and cheer for the killing of Charlie Kirk. And the memo got sent out to conservatives. Look at all these videos of leftists celebrating the killing of Charlie Kirk. They want to kill you. They want to kill your family. And everyone got traumatized. We were all traumatized by watching that horrendous video over and over and over again of this guy. And as a result, dissidents are never going to work together. I mean, they're playing games right now. They want to manipulate and confuse the dissent because at this point they've given up trying to convince people to believe them. People don't believe them. And so the game is to how do we make sure the dissidents don't form any kind of real movement that would change things. I tell people, imagine if instead of Luigi Mangione allegedly going and shooting one guy, that hundreds of people had gone to the offices of United Healthcare and, sat down like Martin Luther King Jr. did, linked arms and made the police arrest them and drag them out, right? And that there were people from different political backgrounds, maybe some people that are conservative but want Medicare for all, maybe some people from the left, maybe some people from the even further left, and that they came together and learned how to do a civil disobedience. That would have so much more of a valuable impact because even if the media didn't cover it at first, they would learn from it and they'd learn to work together and they'd learn from each other and then more people would do it, right? And that it takes a movement to change history. Lone wolf acts of individual terrorism are not what changes history. And what I thought was really telling was that, you remember Force the Vote just as much as I do, right? Jimmy Dore said, hey, parliamentary procedure. And you would have thought Jimmy Dore had done 9/11 or, raped and murdered 10 innocent children or something like that. He was the worst criminal. How dare he call for a parliamentary procedure? And you remember the Medicare for All marches they had, right? I remember, it was fascist. Don't go to it. And like in Kentucky, there was like one state where there was one guy who was a former Nazi who was going to speak at the rally and then didn't. And there was big, long articles on websites. Oh my God, fascist infiltration and all of this. And they treated the Medicare for All marches like they were a crime. But then one guy allegedly goes and shoots somebody on the street. And he's a hero. Let's celebrate him. And then they're making documentaries about his life and they got T-shirts with his face on it. And it's like something's going on here. And the very same voices that said a parliamentary procedure was not okay, and that that Medicare for All marches, peaceful demonstrations for Medicare for All were not okay somehow, are totally fine with an act of murder on the street. Something's off. We're being manipulated. And this is the years of lead all over again. That's what I think they're trying to do. And we have to not fall for it. And people are not falling for it. I mean, I continue to hear people on the left and the right say, look, we've got more in common than with the center, right? And that people are not falling for it. And that's inspiring to me. I mean, Tucker Carlson is leaving the Republican Party. That was big. That was exciting. I hear people in the Bernie camp starting to say that, look, we'll work with people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and others. And so people are waking up to this. People are looking past it, but they need to keep doing that because we got to stop falling for this cancel culture stuff. We got to stop falling for the manipulation of dissidents because that's all they've got at this point. People don't believe them anymore. People don't trust the mainstream media. What do you think?
No, I think we might be making steps in the right direction, but it might not be enough because these incidents that you mentioned, I mean, these are big opportunities that seem to be gone wasted. When you talk about the Charlie Kirk assassination, there is an aha moment there that should have happened, or should have overcame that pitting people against each other. And you have your Candace Owens and people on the right that said enough of this captured Israel first government. We're seeing the cover up here, and then you got the left saying, wait a minute, there's something here that looks off. It looks like the FBI is not actually doing their job, and that's something that they should be aware of because they didn't like that. They didn't like Cash Patel from the beginning, so they should be more concerned. So why isn't there it doesn't seem like there's a uniting of both sides happening? I think in theory, it feels like we should be getting there. But when you look at like the Free Palestine movement, is there Tucker leaving the Republican Party is great. But are we connecting the dots on a movement that's a full populist movement that's anti-imperialist? Or do you have these camps that maybe agree on one thing? And you mentioned Bernie saying, I will work with people on the other side if it has to do with maybe holding Israel a little bit accountable. He's now finally willing to say the G word, finally. But it's like you're still not connecting the dots on everything that's imperialism, right? You still have the left showing up to No Kings. As you know, we've both covered No Kings, and they still have pro-NATO signs out there because they can't make that distinction. They think NATO's good, Israel's not. So I'm not seeing that we're getting to that goal anytime soon. But I hear you. We might be making baby steps towards that. So you're saying to keep going in this direction, that eventually we'll have a full sit down of everybody showing up and saying we're not going anywhere until change happens? Is that you're saying that's going to be happening soon?
Well, it better. I mean, and we've got to do our best to make it happen. As far as I do want to address two points you made. As far as the Palestine movement, Palestine movement. In my new book, Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism, I have a lot of stuff that I've written over the years. I have an essay that I wrote about a year ago called "The Palestine Solidarity Movement is Trapped." Because if you look at the Palestine Solidarity Movement, I agree with them 100%. Why are we spending money on Israel and its crimes when our roads and bridges are falling apart? Why is America complicit in this genocidal murder that is being carried out? What I noticed about the Palestine protests is that they are almost designed to alienate the U.S. public. And that is my critique of them, right? That a lot of the people running them, they got their faces covered up. It's the middle finger. It's F America, F this racist country. And the message almost to average people walking by is pro-Palestine people hate you, right? That's kind of the message that they get. Instead of just a basic populist message, money for America, not for this genocidal, foreign country. That should be the basic message, right? But it's not that. And in fact, it's almost like the opposite, right? It's almost like trying to reinforce in conservatives or Trump supporters' minds that the Palestine movement is your enemy. And I saw there were instances where the Palestine movement was like blocking traffic and blocking working people who are trying to get to work, and things like that. And I felt like there was an element of forces from above that were kind of using the Palestine movement and trying to control it, kind of trying to keep it within certain spaces, right? I mean, wouldn't it have been great if there had been a pro-Palestine rally in Washington, D.C., where they invited like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Tucker Carlson to speak at it alongside, Muslims and critics of Israel? But that didn't happen. And that, the organizations that run it, you have the Answer Coalition or the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And then you have Jewish Voices for Peace, which is largely run by Democratic Socialists of America. And both of them have this attitude that it is 1,000 times better to be a Democrat than to be a Republican, that people on the right that are critical of Israel are not sincere and they're actually racist or fascist or something like that. And that there was this very partisan way of running the pro-Palestine protests that kind of cut them off from a large percentage of the population. That was my critique of the pro-Palestine movement, and that they were kind of directed by forces that even if they were critical of the Democratic Party, they still had the attitude that, like, we're playing team sports and we're on the blue team and we're against the red team. Do you think there's anything to that?
There is, as far as what's highlighted when you turn on these mainstream networks. We were at the original, the college, protests, UCLA, and we saw how CNN covered it and pretended that these, like you said, covered in masks, but that they were the ones attacking the Zionists on the campus. No mention of the fact that these outsiders came into the UCLA campus pretending they were students. They were from the Brentwood and Westwood community. And so none of that. And then, of course, when we were there, we could see it for ourselves. We could see the violence coming from the Zionists, the people. So I think it's the messaging that deliberately gets skewed, and it's been that way for the last 2.5, 3 years. But as far as, are they deliberately leaving out the populace right now? Are they doing that, or have they been infiltrated to do that, to not consider aligning with Marjorie Taylor Greene? It hasn't crossed their minds to align with Thomas Massie. I don't know, like, if that infiltration is actually happening, but I do know that the message from the beginning of the Palestine movement, when it started after October 7th, the message was, and the masks were on because they actually were afraid of being doxxed. I think that was a legitimate concern, but I think the message was always stop divest, right? And stop murdering people with our taxpayer money. Just stop it. And so as far as the Democratic Party being called out, the part that doesn't make it to air, Caleb, which I know because we were there, we were at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. in 24. That's and it got no coverage. The people in the street that was a moment where you did see some right wingers coming together with majority left wingers that were protesting their own party's convention, and that was legitimate. It was loud. It was in the streets right around that convention hall. You had people not even allowed inside. I remember Max Blumenthal was like the only guy that got in to have even to ask a question about why are you guys not saying anything about Palestine, about it? Why are you doing a Democratic convention? You're the good guys, and you're not even bringing this up. And there's people outside protesting this thing. So I do think we could say maybe inside there are problems, but the biggest problem is the messaging from the media and what they are putting out there, and then the parts that they're deliberately silencing. Because nobody that wasn't in Chicago that summer, they don't even know that Democrats showed up to protest their own convention that summer.
Yeah. Now, as far as the No Kings, I got another video for you. We at the Center for Political Innovation, we blocked the No Kings parade in New York City. Let me pull up the video for you. It was one of our better moments. We linked arms along 7th Avenue, and they had to bring the marshals out because the No Kings rally refused to include opposing the war with Iran in their official demands, even though the crowd was overwhelmingly anti-war. So, yeah, this is the clip of what happened at No Kings in March. This was CPI, our intervention.
Hands off Iran!
Hands off Iran! Democrats are complicit. Hands off Iran!
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war.
Hands off Iran.
Democrats are complicit. Democrats are complicit. Control opposition.
Wow.
How do you feel, Irving?
Good. My grandfather was who's still alive now. He was a civil surgeon who used to serve in a rural part of Iran, so like in a northeastern part of Iran, a city called Mashhad in close to Afghanistan. So he used to serve there, and my mother grew up there in Iran when she was younger. And this was after the revolution, so there was a real need for like doctors. Holding this flag, it means a lot.
Yeah.
It means a lot.
Yeah. Well, Iran's being bombed right now, and they're standing with Palestine.
Yeah, very much so. It's the main country that's resisting, and you have much of the not just the Islamic world, but much of the world. The global South stands in solidarity with Iran. It's a very big pleasure to be joined by Caleb and by the CPI.
Did you hear, Noah, that the No Kings organizers didn't include no war on Iran in their call?
Yeah, even mainstream media, like, how can you not do that? But of course, the Democrats, they applaud when Trump lies about the Iranian people, but when he talks about stuff that doesn't really matter, then they scowl.
All right, so we claimed a good spot here near the stage to do our thing. All right, are we ready, guys? Ready to do this? So when the song ends.
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran! 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 Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran!
Go away, lady.
Bombing them, damn it! They don't deserve to get bombed.
You're still out to your own country.
Yeah, you support kids getting bombed by the U.S.? You support that? Fucking dumbass.
They deserve to get bombed.
They're killing. We just bombed babies in the school. The fuck?
Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. I've been chased by cops off the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. Hands off Iran. Stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Stop Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran.
Let us stop the war. Come on, man.
The war. Stop the war. Stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Stop the war. Stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can 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 stop the war. Hands off Iran.
Let us stop the war. Come on, man.
Democrats can stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran. Democrats can stop the war. Hands off Iran.
We are on the same side. Can you please move?
Hands off Iran.
Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back.
Democrats are complicit. Democrats are complicit. Control the opposition.
So just to stop real quick, we're this group, this is your organizing that got this here. Have you aligned with this? So this is across the spectrum, not just progressives and people that were aligned with the Democratic Party. This is like a populist kind of turnout. Is that what you're saying, that these are all
well, we intervened at the No Kings. No Kings was this big, Stop Trump demonstration that was happening. They've had several of them now. And we decided that we would intervene and we would play a disruptive role. We would block the parade on 7th Avenue in New York City. And we did so quite effectively. And multiple times they had to bring the NYPD out to clear us out. They had to bring out their marshals. And we just blocked the parade with an anti-war march, with an anti-war message. We brought Iranian flags, American flags, America off your knees. And I got people that I knew. Most of those folks are members of our organization, the Center for Political Innovation.
Okay.
But not all of them. Some of them are just people we know, or people. There were a couple people that were just kind of spontaneous, that they agreed with us. Like that woman with the sign, No War. We had never met her before, but she agreed with us. And so she came and she blocked the march alongside us. And it was a great, effective intervention. And what amazed me was that the crowd overwhelmingly supported us. They were overwhelmingly supporting us, and it was just the organizers of the march refused to include that in their demands, right? The official call for No Kings didn't mention not bombing Iran. And it was outrageous, even though the crowd there was overwhelmingly opposed to bombing Iran and thought it was great. And we got so many thumbs up and so many good for you. And people could tell that No Kings was AstroTurf, that it was from above. And a lot of the people there really wanted to really dissent, but they were doing so under the leadership of this controlled opposition. And they really appreciated us being there. Many people were taking our picture and wanted to interview us. Status Quo featured a couple of our members on their thing. Multiple TV networks interviewed us. I mean, it was a good thing. And we didn't have a huge group of people. It was like 12 of us, I think, but that was enough to create a splash. And you can create a splash. That's the crazy thing about the Center for Political Innovation. We don't have a huge amount of members. We don't have a huge amount of resources, but we have moved mountains, in terms of what we've been able to accomplish, because you just have to dare. You just have to do it, right? We say dare to struggle, dare to win, right? You have to just go out there and do it, right? And there were a number of different little groups at No Kings, I noticed, that set up along the side of the parade route and were handing out their leaflets or their newspaper or whatever. We said, no, we're actually going to confront the march. We're going to have a confrontation. We're going to be out there. And in doing so, we created a much bigger splash. And that's kind of, the art of what we do. The innovationist method is kind of figuring out with what we have, what can we do? Like, for example, one thing is, because I risked my life on the ship going to Yemen, I know a lot about Ansar Allah, about the Houthis. And so when the war, after October 7th, and as things escalated and the Houthis were blocking Israeli ships and all of that, we published this book, Who Are the Houthis and What Are They Fighting For? And we went to a printer. We got thousands of copies of this book distributed in bulk, and we just got it out all over the country. And we went to the Palestine conferences, we went into Arab American neighborhoods, we went into universities, and we just started giving this book out. It's less than 100 pages, and we raised money, and we just gave this book out in bulk, telling who the Houthis are from an American perspective. We compare them to John Brown, the abolitionist. You know, this is the painting of John Brown in the Kansas State Capitol building, right? John Brown, the heroic abolitionist. He looks like a Houthi, doesn't he? Like, he's got his big beard, he's got his rifle and all of that. And we talk about how, in this book, we talk about how the Houthis are very American in what they're doing. They're fighting an empire, right? And it's kind of like the Boston Tea Party. They, you know, you shall not pass, you know, and we distributed this very readable, very clear book about who the Houthis are, the history of Ansar Allah, and we distributed it in bulk all over the country. That was something we could do. You know, and we're constantly trying to figure out, like, what can we actually do? You know, when the Uhuru movement was under attack, we were able to organize a press conference at the United Nations, you know, with the Russian mission about their case. Then I was actually able to speak to Russian President Putin about it, you know, at the World Youth Festival, because I was the leader of the U.S. delegation. There's a lot of things you can do with not very much, but you have to have the creativity to do them, right? A lot of people are kind of in a rut. They think that they can only do so much. Another rut that people get into, and I see this a lot in alternative media. For example, you know, every so often I do a radio interview on WBAI, you know, WBAI radio in New York City, right? Yeah, I mean, it's Pacifica Radio, great. You know, sometimes, you know, there's people I know who've been on there and all of that, but I know so many leftists that are like in this long chess game of like, if we could only take over WBAI, start a YouTube channel. You know what I mean? You know, and a lot of leftists are, if we can only take over the labor unions, right? And they're playing this long chess game of, I'm going to get a job at a union and I'm going to pass the resolution. And a lot of people, they just get caught up in this, well, if only I could take over this institution that already exists, just do it. Just do it, right? Do it. You know, if you see something you can do to advance the cause of anti-imperialism, just do it. And that a lot of times I almost compare it to the white whale, right? You read Moby Dick, right? You know, Captain Ahab, right? He's the protagonist, I guess, or he's one of the main characters in the book. Captain Ahab, right? He's been injured by this whale and he spends his whole life chasing. He's going to get the white whale. He's going to get Moby Dick. Well, and the whole point is he could have had a much better life if he had just not focused on chasing after that white whale. And that's a lot of what I see leftists do, is they get on this, well, if we could just take over WBAI, or if we could just take over the labor unions, or if we could just get the Green Party to pass this resolution, or if we could just make the Communist Party revolutionary again, just do it. Just do it. Right. Yeah. And that's what CPI, that's kind of been our way of doing things. Dare to struggle, dare to win. And we just do it. And if we see an opening, a place that we can do something, we do it. You know, and we've been ahead of the game on many, many fronts. I mean, during the 2024 elections, we had a big banner of Trump and Kim Jong-un shaking hands. It said, only peace can make America great again. And we were strategically trying to boost the pro-peace messaging of Trump's campaign. And I think that was very effective. We had that banner at Trump Tower. We had that banner out in front of Madison Square Garden at his big rally. We had that banner at his inauguration. We distributed thousands of pamphlets with Trump and Kim shaking hands and talking about like a Bering Sea bridge connecting the USA to Russia via Alaska. We did a huge amount of outreach. And when Trump betrayed his peace promises, we saw a huge number of people within the Trump camp step down, right, and leave. I mean, we saw Joe Kent resign. Yep. You know, we saw Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson come out swinging. I think that's because of the fact that we strategically boosted that anti-war messaging. That created the space for them to do that, right? And that's important. Anything you can do, you have to find an opening. And if you see an opening to advance the cause of anti-imperialism, to advance the struggle of working families against the emerging low-wage police state, you got to do it, right? And you just got to take opportunities. And that's what CPI is all about. And our members out in LA, I know you're based in LA. We have members out in LA. I mean, Dan and Tim and Ishmael and Steven, they are out like every weekend practically in Venice Beach and other places, you know, just doing outreach, just representing anti-imperialism. They were at the No Kings rally in LA, out there doing great stuff. And we have a great crew of people that are just dedicated to getting it done, right? We have a job to do, which is advance anti-imperialism. And we're doing it. And that's why I'm excited about the Center for Political Innovation. And I'm excited about all the stuff we've got coming up. One of the things we're planning to do in August is we're having a France out of Africa rally, because France is one of the main drivers of confrontation with Russia. And largely that's because they lost their colonies. The West Africa, the Union of Sahel States, that used to be their property. And those countries have broken free. And there's a great African leader named Ibrahim Traoré who's leading Burkina Faso right now. And so we're going to be protesting at the French consulate in Chicago and saying France out of Africa. And another thing, we've talked about that Bering Sea tunnel quite a bit, right? If the USA could work with Russia and we could connect to Russia via Alaska, that would be a pivot of the USA getting further away from Europe and the NATO countries and closer to the rising new economy in the East. And that might seem like a small step. It would certainly make the property values in Alaska go up. It means a lot for them, but it might seem like a small step, but it's the kind of thing that in the long term could get us where we need to go. The only future America is going to have is going to be with the rising new economy around the world. The globalist imperialist order rooted in colonialism is dying. Profits over people, that system is dying. And around the world, a number of countries have broken out of that, and they are building and they are raising their people up. And we've got to find a way that America can join that new world and trade with countries on the basis of win-win cooperation and not be part of this dying colonial system. And so anything we can do to build a community of people who learn to trust each other, who learn to carry out operations together, and who effectively intervene with that message, that's what we're dedicated to doing.
I think what you're saying is we got to get all the get creative, get all the Davids together and take out that Goliath. That's seems like the way we got to go. So I want people to be able to get involved with Center of Political Innovation. This is because obviously they can't donate on GoFundMe because those guys are a piece of crap. But they go to your website. Is that they can get involved from here? Is that the best thing?
Yeah, there's a donate button you can just go to if you want to donate, and you can join. It's $15 a month, and then we'll plug you in with local organizations. We've got a very active team in Minneapolis. They were just out on doing outreach about Ibrahim Traoré on Juneteenth. That was great. We've got an active team in New York City and people in the Boston area. We've got people in Chicago. That's where our convention's going to be this summer. We've got a great team out in LA, and we've got people all over the country. And we're about doing, though, the future is not on the internet. Look, the internet is rigged. Okay. That's not an optimistic thing to say. And, I do my YouTube broadcasts like every night practically because anybody I can reach, it's great. But we got to understand the internet is rigged. We need to build real connections with real people, especially people who would never go looking for this. Yeah. Right. And that's the main thing is that, that we have a lot of podcasts and they're great. And I do a lot of that. We have a lot of books that have been published and all of that. But ultimately, we have to build communities of people that are able to go and do outreach and engage with people who would never go looking for this, right? Would never have the interest, right? I mean, tonight, for example, I see Penny there in the chat. We have been studying once a week. We have study sessions, and we've studied the Juche ideology of North Korea. Right now, that it seemed weird and esoteric, or what's that all about? But it's about the fact that North Korea is a country that has been demonized, but they're a very, very important country in terms of alliance with Russia, and that the Wall Street Journal. I don't know. Did you see the headline last week about their economy? Did you see this? Did you see the headline? I'll put it in the chat for you.
Yeah. We'll grab it.
Yeah, this was actually a headline in the Wall Street Journal. That last week they ran this article. Here it is. It's in there. World's most surprising economic success story is North Korea. Their economy is rising right now. We have this story in our head from the 1990s when there was a food crisis in North Korea. Oh, they're all starving and all that. Actually, North Korea's economy is growing a lot right now because they're becoming more and more integrated with Russia, and they are making their own, cell phones in-house, and they're expanding. And, the talk of if we could have peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, if North and South Korea could become friendly to each other, there's a huge amount of money to be made, and America could get in on that. And again, if we started getting more involved on the Korean Peninsula, we'd be less involved, in what's going on in Europe. We'd be less tied in with France and Germany and Britain and the old colonial powers. So anything we can do to advance that, that's what we're all about. And we're a great group of folks. We have great workshops and seminars. We do all kinds of great stuff. So that's CPI. That's us.
That's awesome. And your convention, the one that this is why, GoFundMe didn't want to be part of this, but you're getting the support to get this convention to happen. It's August 15th. Is that right?
August 15th in Chicago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have Any special guests you can announce just yet, or are you not?
Not as of yet,
Okay.
but I'll say Scott Ritter has spoken at our events before.
Yep.
I'll say that much. Garland Nixon has spoken at our events many times. One thing that we did, which was the Rage Against the War Machine protests that happened in Washington D.C. Scott Ritter was kind of pushed out of those. So what we did is, again, this is just do it, right? So Scott Ritter's our friend, and so we rented a hotel near the White House. And we had an event for Scott Ritter, so they wouldn't put him on the stage at No King. So he came to the CPI rally and spoke. And you've probably seen the video of the room full of hundreds of people. Scott, cheering for Scott, right? That
You're talking about the Rage Against the War Machine, the second one, right? The one that they started. We don't want to talk about Israel one, right? Where they're like,
2023, the February 19th, 2023, right?
2023. Okay.
Yeah, that was a big deal. And the Libertarian Party, the People's Party, a lot of groups, were coming together, and we were official sponsors. Our logo was on everything. We donated. We were official sponsors. But Scott Ritter, who's our friend, they wouldn't let him speak because of some drama that went on. And we said, okay, well, and so we rented a hotel and we had an event for Scott Ritter right near the Rage Against the War Machine rally. And that's what people have got to do. We got to get out of this mindset that we need, you have to just kind of beg somebody to let you on the stage or whatever. Build your own stage, right? And just do it, because the urgency right now for building a real anti-colonial movement is more than ever, right? And I see, like I said, they blocked us from GoFundMe. They've gone after me in various ways, but the Uhuru movement, the People's Democratic Uhuru movement, the FBI raided all their homes and dragged them to jail. They almost got 15 years in prison for their speech about Russia, right? And that's serious, right? And we did everything we could to support them. We raised money. We did everything. I'll be going to their court date. I was at their trial in federal court, in Florida, and I'll be going to their appeal. And they're hoping that on July 22nd, the Atlanta Federal District Appeals Court will overturn their convictions. And I'm really hoping that that is the case as well, because their case never should have gone to trial. And they're allowing oral arguments, which they don't normally do for appeals. But on July 22nd at Atlanta, Georgia, the federal court is going to allow their attorneys to make 15 minutes of oral arguments about why their convictions should be voided, right? They were acquitted of being Russian agents. They were found guilty of conspiring to be Russian agents, which is ridiculous. If they were never Russian agents, if doing what they did not constitute being a Russian agent, conspiring to do it wouldn't be a crime either. But it was a contradictory verdict, and they're hoping that whole thing could be overturned. And so we organized around that. We've done a lot. And that anything we can do to intervene and advance anti-imperialism, any opening that we see, we got to take it. And the big thing to remember, and you hinted at this in your opening. I was watching you talk about Tulsi Gabbard, is that there are divisions among the ruling class right now, right? And every revolution in history has begun with a division among the ruling class. If you look at it, right? The Russian Revolution, it started out, the Tsar was losing the war. He was incompetent. He was just losing the war. And there were many people in the Russian government, wealthy people, who were like, we need to get rid of this Tsar. He's an embarrassment. He's losing the war. And so they had demonstrations down with the Tsar. And instead of arresting the people, they kind of let it keep going, and they forced the Tsar to step down. And people got into motion. But then what happened was that a lot of people in Russia didn't want to keep fighting in World War I, and especially some of the Russians that did business with the Germans. The Germans were their business partners. So why should they want to go to war with them? So Lenin came back to Russia. He actually got money from the Germans, and they arranged for him to go back to Russia. And the question was, are we going to continue fighting in World War I? And the Bolsheviks made themselves known as the anti-war guys, and they had this big group that was against fighting in World War I. And then Kornilov, the general, started, marching his army back to St. Petersburg. He was going to set up a military dictatorship. And the Bolsheviks started organizing the people to resist that. And it got to the point that they were digging trenches around St. Petersburg and such. And the government actually started opening up the armories and giving their guns and weapons to the Bolsheviks. And Kornilov turned his army around and didn't attack St. Petersburg to crush the anti-war resistance. And at that point, the Bolsheviks were big enough they could just kind of become the government. It was through a series of alliances. And it was really, the door opened because the ruling elite were fighting with each other. And that created the opening for the people to get involved and realize their own power. And that's what tends to happen. There tends to be a division within the ruling class. People get kind of motivated and activated to be foot soldiers of one faction against another. But in the process, they learn their own power and they learn their own strength. And that's That's the process. And even in this country, I mean, the second American Revolution, the Civil War, that was a revolution. And Lincoln didn't even want to abolish slavery, but he had to fight the slaveholders. And in order to do that, he had to activate the abolitionist movement. Harriet Tubman became the first a woman to ever lead U.S. soldiers into battle. And there was a whole Marxist division of the Union Army called the Ohio 9th Infantry Regiment, led by August Willock and Joseph Wademeyer. And that, it was really a social revolution to overturn slavery. And it was really just a question of a division within the ruling class that had activated and brought people into politics. And we have to keep that in mind. We want to build up, we have to build a core of people who are dedicated to anti-imperialism, can work together. But at the same time, then we have to see these divisions and these openings within the ruling class and insert ourselves into the conversation. And that's the strategy. We call it top and bottom organizing.
So I would add to that, because, if there's an opening, it's when the ruling class is divided amongst themselves. We just got to be able to recognize the difference between when they're faking a divide to distract us versus a real divide. And I would say a real divide that we're noticing right now, and if you would agree with this, is basically the imperialist Zionist side of things versus the technocratic side of things. There could be a massive divide right now, which is why we might be in this stalemate of what is the way through this. If we're talking about a new model versus an old model of dominating the planet, is that divide something that we could take advantage of right now, if that's what's actually happening?
Let's hope. I mean, let's see how things develop. We got any opening we can, we've got to intervene. And that's what we've got to do. And action, is all about action, right? And so that's what I'm about. That's what CPI is all about. So if you want to learn more about it, you can check out my new book, Imperialism and Anti-Imperialism, wherever books are sold. And
is that on Amazon? Is it on Amazon? Because I remember you got your last book, one of your books was banned on Amazon, because you had a book about Kamala Harris at a time where you're not allowed. It was okay to have your book up there before the 2024 election, but then it wasn't. So I just wanted to know, are you good with Amazon again? Did you?
I seem to be that, but that's another story of something CPI did. So I wrote this book in 2020. Right. And it sold like 200 copies. That's all. Like nobody read it, whatever. It got some reviews in a newspaper in India. I'm an RT reporter and RT's on TV in India, and Kamala Harris's mother is from India. So like a newspaper in India ran a review of it, and the Morning Star, which is like a communist newspaper in Britain, ran a review of it. And other than that, I did some radio interviews. That was it. And I thought, okay, I wrote that book 4 years ago. Every so often one would sell. No big deal. The day Kamala Harris became the nominee, the very day that she became the nominee of the Democratic Party in 2024, I got a notice from Amazon. There's a problem with your book. We can't allow it. We have questions about the cover. So they took it down. So I immediately resubmitted it with a blank cover, denied. And I resubmitted again, denied. And I was like, what in the world is going on here? Also, what happens, generally if Amazon, if there's an issue with your book, what they do is it's still on Amazon. It'll just say currently unavailable. Not this book. It was gone. Like all the links were dead and all of this. And immediately Max Blumenthal spoke up and he said, this came from the White House. And this is exactly what they did to COVID books. And suddenly everyone wanted to know about my book. And so we put it up on Lulu, and we put it like the file on Gumroad. You could just download the PDF, and there was a huge explosion of interest. So what we did, I know you were at the Democratic convention. You probably saw our people. We printed the book in bulk. We went to the printer. We just handed it out, and 2,000 copies were handed out on the streets of the Democratic National Convention. We got it out there. And so that was an operation that we carried out, and it was great. So there are things that one can do. There are ways that you can see an opening and take it. So it's funny, that book I wrote on Kamala Harris is probably my top seller now. And I never thought it would be, I never thought it would make so much of a splash. It was kind of a book I wrote during the pandemic. The reason I wrote it was because I found out through someone I work with that Kamala Harris's father was a communist, right? Was a Marxist economist. And I was like, what in the world is going on there? So I started investigating. And the more that I found out, the more I found out about who Kamala Harris had been as a prosecutor and how she hates her father and why she hates her father and what's going on there. And I said, there's a book here. And I wrote this. It's like 120 pages. It's not very long, but it's just kind of an analysis of Kamala Harris and how is it that somebody from a movement that I believed in could be used for evil, and what does that say? And I also talked about why Tulsi Gabbard used her limited time on the debate stage to go after Kamala Harris, and it was an important book, and thousands of people have read it. And again, you know, I'm glad I was able to do that. It's a great story, and it's a great example of what I'm talking about what CPI is all about. You know, I mean, just on Saturday, myself, one of our team captain in Minneapolis and our team captain in Boston, all three of us were featured on television in Cameroon. They did like a 2-hour, segment, a 2-hour like sit down special on television in Cameroon about our work supporting Ibrahim Traore and why, as Americans, we admire the great African leader, Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso, right? And we were able to just have this long conversation. It means a lot to people in the African continent that there are Americans that look up to this great African leader and what he's accomplishing. And we talked about what we do as CPI. I mean, there are ways that you can intervene. There are always ways you can intervene, and we're constantly finding those ways. And we want to empower our members to be creative. That's one thing. Is a lot of these activist groups are like one person's ego trip, and everyone else is just supposed to sit there and applaud or something. No, we find our members. We find their strengths, and we find ways for them to step up and do things. Our Juche study group is led by Noah, who's our team captain in Boston, who's Korean American, and he actually put together the book on the Juche ideology that we published, Juche for American Workers, and he leads the Juche study groups. Our member in Minneapolis, she wrote a book about Ibrahim Traore, and she's made that her thing. And we want to find people's strengths and kind of let people blossom as anti-imperialists, let people find their voice as activists.
Yeah, love it. So guys, this is the moment. You gotta, if you've been inspired at all by this conversation, by Caleb's stories and his consistent, principled activism, and you want to get on board, this is what you got to do. You got to go to cpiusa.org. You can go to the /donate and help them because there ain't no GoFundMe supporting you. We got it's people's movement straight from the bottom up. That's what Caleb's doing, and get ready for that convention in August in Chicago.
Yep.
Love to cover that.
Are you coming? You want to come?
That's a good question. Maybe. You know what? We can let's talk about. August 15th, Chicago convention. We don't know the special guest just yet being announced, but we know it's going to be a good group out there. So we'll have the discussion. We'll see if we can, how the homeless left can help and be part of this. We'll figure it out, and you guys can be part of it too. Just go to the website, get involved now. It's action. We're not just talking. We're not just pulling the curtain back on imperialism. We're doing something about it. Caleb Maupin, thanks so much for joining us today.
Yeah, always a pleasure. And thanks. And great work at the homeless left. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, we'll see you next time. Right, bye. Caleb Maupin, everyone. Great conversation. We'll have the segment up for you guys soon on our channels, on Rumble, on YouTube, and keep things going here. We're gonna bring Jay here in just a second. We got some news stories to get to. But first, let me just throw up a couple because we got some good super chats that came in during the discussion. So I'll just put a couple of them up here. This one, you come on, Blake, very nice, very cool. Thank you for the super chat. Legendary Matt and Caleb looking hella dapper and professional this afternoon. Let's go. Much appreciated. Thanks so much. And then I think we had this one earlier. This was we got the shout out. Thank you for the super chat on that. I think Caleb discussed this one. American workers discussion earlier in the conversation. And then let's get one of actually, you know what? A couple of these got erased on the YouTube homepage. So I screen grabbed them. I'm going to put them up here real quick for Citizen. Thank you so much. You given us this. So I did a little screen grab before it was erased. Citizens of the world rejoice. Starmer's the first and won't be the last PDF protector to fall. He opened UK borders for the chosen to hide behind Quran hate. Love it. Thank you so much, Citizen. And by the way, thanks for getting those up before the show even goes live. Really appreciate that, my friend. And that does help us with the algorithm. It helps us just kind of get that early launch. So, people that have subscribed, you've subscribed to the homeless left. Have you checked your subscribe button? Have you noticed, did it unsubscribe itself? We've had people reach out to us to say, hey, why did you guys unsubscribe us or subscribe me? We don't do that. Just to be absolutely clear, we don't unsubscribe anybody. There's no reason to do that. So if that's happened to you, check real quick. If you're on YouTube right now, check it real quick. Make sure that you're not unsubscribed. Just hit it again. hit the button again. This happens a lot. I was just talking to Garland Nixon about this the other day, actually. And he says, because he was on Jimmy Dore recently. And he was like, you know what? That's a guy who's had to work his ass off to get to 1 million followers. And on YouTube, they unsubscribe people right before you're about to get to a milestone. That's when they do it. And he even said, I've had to subscribe to Jimmy Dore like 3 times. So if Garland has to do it 3 times, you might have to do it 3 times as well. Whatever channel is getting momentum, that's when they get us. That's when they get us. So we need you guys to help keep the momentum for us moving forward, especially when we have, a great interview like with Caleb or something. You guys know, like sometimes the algorithm goes a little bit more than usual. That's when we need you the most. So just, check your page, make sure everything's good, and keep throwing the comments in. We're going to get to the talking back. We're going to get to more super chats, Rumble rants, if we get any over there on Rumble. We know you guys. We know you. We love you guys over on Rumble. You guys are our home base of the channel, so we'll get to you guys as well later in the show. But for now, I was gonna just take a break and do a little grab a drink or something. But you know what? F that. Let's just get on with the show. Let's just do it right now. Let's just move ahead, guys. We don't like to waste any time on the homeless left. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in our co-host for today, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Great guest you had just now, man. I know Caleb's been, in the game for a long time. Another principled person. So yeah, guest's been on point these last few weeks for sure. So
yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Gabrielle for having that communication and getting that to happen. And she's been doing some great posts about Caleb in the chat, and the links that I shared it here. But you guys, if you're in the YouTube chat, you can actually go and join directly from the chat. And you can see it right here on the YouTube chat at cplusa.org. Thanks, Gabrielle, for hooking up this segment for us today. And we're talking about maybe going see if we can be part of the August convention, especially if Scott Ritter and you guys know our friend Garland Nixon and all the others that support Caleb and what he's doing. The anti-imperialist movement, guys. That's what it's about. That's what we're doing here on the show. And Jay's no stranger to the anti-imperialist movement for sure. And that's why, oh shoot. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just cut myself off in the middle. Okay. We're anything you want to add to that? I'm going to set this up real quick, but
yeah, no worries. Not too much to add there, but anyone who can get to it for sure, go to support. Where is the convention, by the way? You said it's in August.
It's in August 15th in Chicago. So
in Chicago, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I've never been to Chicago before, so maybe we'll have to coordinate on that. Do a homeless left show out there in Chicago. So we'll see.
I mean, we've done one in Chicago before when we were smaller, and now I think it would be cool to as we're growing, head back there. So we did cover it was the Democrat National Convention in 2 summers ago, or I guess that would be 3 summers now that we get to the next August. Yeah, that would have been 3 Augusts ago. Wait, no, I'm confused. That was 24, right? So that's okay.
Yeah.
So we've
August before last. Listen,
it would be
time's been on fast forward. These past couple of years, so it's all blended together since COVID.
It's all blended together. I don't even know. This is why we number we number our episodes, guys. I don't even noticed this is episode 196, and it's not just because a little OCD. It's because it keeps me to remember this is what we've done. So don't forget what you guys are if we're not numbering, I don't know how long. How long have we been doing this? I don't know. Whenever. No,
I was here for the 100th episode though, man. So
that's right.
I've been in the game for a while too, man. So
you've been part of this thing, man, big time. And that reminds me, our 200th episode is coming out. We got to discuss. We'll discuss that. That's coming up soon. We'll figure something out. I think it's happening right around the July 4th week. That could be correlated somehow. Kinda, not really. Whatever. Just throwing it out there. But we're getting there.
Yeah. No, that'll be major. For sure. So.
Okay. So, man, I did not set this one up. Okay, this one's ready to go. We're gonna get into some. We have some good stories here, guys, for you today. While I set it, can you just give us a little update on We the People real quick, Jay, while I'm setting this up?
Yeah, so we the people, in case you guys haven't heard, we now have ballot access over in Florida, which is one of the largest states in the country, and we're expanding every day. So if you're tired of the duopoly, if you're looking to push back, at the local level, starting out, and then obviously at the national level too. There's no better way to do that, than with the We the People Party. So we've essentially designed in our bylaws a way for people to make progress on common ground. It's, the battle of ideas. Now, obviously, being here on the homeless left, I do lean left on most issues myself, especially the economic ones. So, what it essentially does is give people a place to come together and debate ideas on how to solve problems. Like, say, for example, everyone knows the cost of living, is a tough issue. If you were to ask, the libertarians right now how they would deal with that, they would tell you, zoning laws are the problem. If you just remove the zoning laws, people can build more apartment buildings. The cost of housing goes down. Now, I actually happen to think, not like publicly funded housing, not Section 8 housing, but I think capping rent at a percentage of someone's income while making sure it's good quality housing, like how they're doing already in Vienna, should be a program that we should look into too. So within the We the People Party, you could have both ideas, each candidate, promoting, their idea to solve that problem within the same party. And then the people decide, do we think, deregulating zoning laws is going to solve our cost of living crisis? Or would we rather go with publicly funded housing that's maybe tied to a percentage of our income? So, I think it presents a way for people to come together, establish that we all want, the same problems to be solved. The question is, how do we solve those problems? So check out www.wtpnational.com, and you can find out what's going on in your area. Just sign up, and then, people will reach out. So, yeah. Get
there
involved,
it is.
Guys.
WTPnational.com. Check it out, guys. It's
it's
growing.
And really quick, on a related note, I just got to drop this in there. We've covered his post a lot of the time. Nicholas Hulscher. He's one of the doctors who works with Dr. Peter McCullough at the McCullough Foundation. He's posted there's been some promising results to eliminate mRNA in the body, not only through fasting, which you talked about before, nattokinase, but also there's some promising results around going to the sauna, and actually sweating out some of that stuff. So that has a ton of health benefits. I'm a little bit energized and ready to go today because I did some contrast therapy earlier. That's the sauna and cold plunge together. So health is wealth, guys. Consider that. If you have access to a sauna in your area, check it out, especially if you've taken the jab. It could be a good thing for helping you, reset that system. And if not, it's still good for your overall health. So check it out.
All right. On that note, and you guys, we'll get to the other super chats and comments later in the show. But let's get to the first story for this next hour, I guess. First story is, we don't have an intro to the segment, but we like to call this one Lost in Translation. Mm-hmm. So what are they airing over on Channel 14 Israeli media? Most recently, it seems that some on the channel are accusing Iran of mind controlling Trump. This is a narrative going out on the Israeli media Channel 14. This is we saw this. Yeah, Israeli Channel 14, which is close to Netanyahu, obviously, makes a ridiculous claim that Iranians are using a low frequency electromagnetic weapon to influence President Trump's decisions. And this is the English translation. They implanted these waves into his brain. There has been a noticeable change in the president's behavior. It's like telepathy, but electromagnetic. The Russians have it, the Chinese have it, and the Iranians have it too. Let's see the actual clip. We're going to translate this for you guys because this is lost in translation. We don't want to make sure that everything is understood, what is meaning to be said to the Hebrew-speaking audience.
You know, right before you get into that, I got to say it's hilarious that they claim to have the best technology of anyone, yet they say the Iranians have. Well, why don't you guys use it to control the Iranians to do what you want them to do? Oh, because the story is bullshit. But anyway, yeah.
Total bullshit. So this guy's saying, he's saying it changed. President Trump has changed his policies. It's not exactly telepathic powers. Oh, really? So he's not an X-Men. So what is it? What would you say? But electromagnetic powers. Oh, so he is an X-Men. The Russians have it. The Koreans have it. The Iranians have it. I know it sounds like, look, take it from a fictional movie, but it's really what's happening on the job now. Trust me, I'm a news guy. They're working with this weapon, and in my opinion, they've injected these waves into his brain. I don't know exactly how that. It could be that even Russia, when he was in Russia, it's very easy. The routines, in Washington. Sorry, China, let him in China. They can see his weapon from the outside of Washington. So Yuri, why don't you activate your telepathic weapon, your electromagnetic weapon, to rebalance it? Believe it or not, they asked me to do it, and I'm working on it, He's asked me to share with you where the request came from. Yes, there are things that I can't reveal, but we're working on it, and I'm saying that there's a serious change in Donald Trump very soon. Also, tell us about his deputies. This is the same story. Do you think the electromagnetic weapon is Witkoff? Look, it could also be related to finances. Qatar. I'm actually angry. I went on my networks. How can Donald Trump receive 747 as a gift? Really? Years ago, Senator Pell, he was the head of the American Foreign Relations Committee, a man who works for the Pentagon and the CIA, came to my house. We talked about some things that I obviously can't reveal. And in the end, I give him a cheap plastic watch for $4. And he tells me, this is news. I'm not allowed to accept a gift. Okay. So this is what they're watching. I mean, this is not some random internet channel garbage. This is airing on their basic media channels. This is Channel 14 Israel. This is what they're watching, Jay.
So the Jews don't control the world, Matt. Don't get it wrong, but they are going to control President Trump's brain with their electromagnetic telekinesis weapon. This is what the guy is on TV saying. God, listen, you make it so hard, man, for people to convince people it's not all Jews when you say stupid things like this, man. It's if people would really just listen to what they say in Hebrew and compare that to what Zionists say in English over here in the West, it's two completely different worlds. And, I was on a space the other day and, there was a Zionist on stage still pretending that what they're doing in Palestine and Lebanon is self-defense. And it's so amazing to me that they still make that argument because we can translate things now. And we're about to go through in these next clips, if you just listen to what their government officials say, you get the truth from them. So we have to stop listening to what they say in English and just listen to what they say in Hebrew. And that'll tell you what their actual intentions are.
Yeah, exactly. And I got to say, we're laughing, just to be clear. So we're laughing at this because it sounds crazy, but it is kind of an admission that you would even suggest something like that, first of all, they're deflecting the fact that Trump is stuck in this bind, right? He's stuck in a bind where he's acknowledged that maybe Netanyahu shouldn't be blowing up apartment buildings without checking to make sure that every single resident isn't Hezbollah first, because maybe some of them aren't. And that he just said something like that, that their interpretation is, well, that must mean his mind got altered by some X-Men mutant
and it's honestly
powers,
so childish. Right? Yeah, and it's so childish because they're still getting the complete integration of the Israeli army and intelligence community with our army and intelligence community. So it's despite all this rhetoric that's happening on the world stage, if you read between the lines and look at what's actually happening, Israel is getting its way, but there are physical limits on how much bombs we have and how much oil we have that is causing us to hit the pause button and at least pretend like we want peace for a little bit. So if they would stop being so childish and immature just for a second, they might actually realize that Trump is still on their side. There's just physical limitations to how long they can keep, the war going at this level. They got to rearm and they got to restock their oil. So
I think they're just doing damage control from the public opinion, right? This the point of talking like this to Israelis is because they want to get that public opinion back for Trump. And the best way to do that is to say, don't listen to what he's saying about bombing those apartment buildings, because Netanyahu is going to do it anyways. But if I was a newscaster on that channel, I would ask the follow-up question. So why hasn't, if this is true, why hasn't Iran, China, or Russia gone after Netanyahu and got his mind controlled? Because then you could save a step. If they really wanted him to stop bombing Lebanon, you just go right to this guy that's bombing Lebanon and stop his mind. So I would ask that. So why haven't they done? Oh, is that too far? That's a morally too far, or
it seems like a pretty logical response to this to this dumb theory. To be honest,
exactly. But they're just trying to spin for their audience. The mainstream media of the West of English-speaking networks are not going with this story, even though they've had the audacity in the past to run with Russia collusion for 10 years and Russiagate and all these different excuses of why things are happening. They always blame outside entities. They didn't go with this because they probably even that was too far for them to do it. So this is just going to Israeli citizens that are watching this right now. Now let's see what else is being aired for Hebrew speaking Israelis in our greatest allied country of all time. It looks like Ben Gvir is speaking, saying a lot of stuff in Hebrew right now, starting with this. And this is Israeli National Security Minister. This is Ben Gvir telling us literally, and this is the translation on X. And I want to be clear before I read this. The post has violated X rules, but also X has determined that it may be in the public's interest for this post to remain accessible. Probably a good thing that people can read this, knowing that it also violates policy. But this is literally what's going out there in Hebrew. For every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. With all due respect to the Americans, Israel must make it clear to the entire world that the blood of our sons and the security of our citizens are not forfeit. All of Lebanon must burn. Our supreme duty is to protect the citizens of Israel and the soldiers of the IDF, and this commitment takes precedence over every other consideration, including a peace deal of any sort, obviously. I told the Prime Minister, even in our private meetings, for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. Enough with the ping pong. In the Middle East, you don't win with measured responses and restraint. You need to go berserk, to obliterate, to crush the terror. Jay, this is good that X kept this up, right? So people can see how insane this is. And of course it violated X's policies. I'm glad that notification is on it.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on this one?
I mean, it's clearly calling for genocide and ethnic cleansing.
Yes.
I don't know how much clearer like it could be. So the fact that they put that label on it is definitely a wonderful thing. And I agree with their decision to leave it up because it is the minister, what is it, Minister of National Security or something like that?
Yes, he's the Israeli National Security Minister, yes.
Exactly. So, like, he has a very powerful, influential position in a government that's closely aligned with the United States. So it's like, this is in the public interest to see how they talk. And again, he wrote this in Hebrew. I'm sure he's aware that it can be translated in English, but the fact that he wrote it in Hebrew tells you who the intended audience is. And you don't get them writing these messages in English. So that's why we have to establish that there's two different conversations happening. And I'm tired of Zionists in the West pretending that this conversation in Hebrew is not happening, because when it comes to the light, you guys just look like morons and like you're covering for it. So either you're not doing basic research on what they're actually saying over there, or you're helping them cover it up because maybe deep down you do agree with it, but you know it's unpopular, so you want to pretend that they're not saying that over there. But either way, like, we live in the 21st century now. Like, come on, guys, do better and stop pretending that they don't brag about the Greater Israel Project over there. Stop pretending this is about self-defense. Call it what it is: colonialism, ethnic cleansing, genocide. That's what you're supporting when you say that you're a Zionist. So, you know, like, are there, hypothetically speaking, does Zionism have to be that way? No. But in reality, what is Zionism today? It's exactly that.
It kind of does have to be. Jay, it kind of does have to be that way.
It doesn't, because when it first started out, like, there were people going over there who thought that Zionism meant they could live alongside the people over there. They didn't need to have an ethnic state that was only for Jews.
No, that's what Zionism is. Zionism is
that's what it is.
No, that's what it always, Jay, that's what it always was. There's
no, that's not what it started. There were multiple strains of thought. Now, the dominant force was the one that won out. But before political Zionism existed, like, you know, there was another thought that it didn't have to be an ethnic state and they could live alongside people there. But the bottom line is there any chance at this point that the word Zionism goes to that meaning where they live alongside the people there? I can't see it.
I gotta be clear. Look, obviously there's different degrees at what your goal is as far as the Greater Israel Project goes. There certainly can be a camp that says we've done enough. Let's just be happy with the land that we've already stolen and pillaged and raped and murdered and burnt to death. I mean, people, that's what. So Israel was created through the Nakba, which was the definition of Zionism is we're taking this from you and we're going to murder you to do it.
There were Zionists going there before the Nakba, before World War II. There were Jews going over there in between World War I and World War II.
And they were against the Nakba. They were against the Nakba.
Listen, I don't know what the percentage was and how much were actually going there to conquer the land, but I know that there were a few prominent people during that time who promoted the idea that Palestinians are their cousins, like they're all part of the same family and they could live alongside them. That was the idea of a couple of them. Now, I'm not saying that was the majority of them, but I'm saying, hypothetically speaking, could you redefine what Zionism is today to make it into a peaceful ideology?
No.
I can't see any way.
Because Zionism is
here's
Nazi. It's Nazism. It's not.
Nazis can, if Germans can be re-educated, and they, no longer embrace Nazi ideology, then I believe that the Zionists over there, if they went through a similar re-education where they had no choice, maybe they could come back. But do I think that's going to happen? No, because look what had to happen to Germany before.
I was going to bring up Germany's example of what would happen if you redefine Nazism as a thing that you didn't go and murder a bunch of people and you just had an idea of white supremacy. And we have that, so you can be a white supremacist.
Here's the thing.
And you can do You can do KKK rallies and be a white supremacist, and you're not actually raping, pillaging, murdering, and putting people in concentration camps. You're not doing that. But is that the thing you're saying? Like, let's reinvent Zionism so they're not murdering people. They're just existing.
Not saying let's do that.
Existing with a superiority or a supremacist mindset.
It wasn't always that. That's what I'm saying. Like, there was
always a supremacist mindset. It was always a supremacist
not to
mindset.
Everyone. not to
But that's
everyone.
the definition. Zionism is a supremacist mindset
That's
of
what
the
it's
chosen
evolved
one.
into. But
That's
it
what
didn't
that
start,
is.
I'm telling you, Matt, if you look at the history there, and I've read, listen, I can get the names of the people. I don't have it off the top of my head, I'll be honest with you, but there were people who went there before World War II, who went there with the mindset that they would live amongst the Palestinians, with the Palestinians. They also considered Palestinians to be Semites. And what happened to them?
Okay.
They got oppressed, they got assassinated, they got pushed to the side. And then the ethnic, the supremacist mindset that you described was the mindset that won out, which is why we have what we have today. So, like, Zionism could simply mean there are Jews living in that land amongst the people who were already there, not trying to overtake it, not trying to be better than them. But the only way that could happen is if you have a one-state solution where Palestinians have equal rights. If you were to redefine Zionism like that, I don't have an issue with it. But is it likely that they would accept that today? I can't see it.
No, there's no way. There's no way it's going to be.
They would have to lose. But here's the thing. They will lose this war with Iran if it goes through. And then they'll either have no choice but to accept that or leave. Like, that'll be I believe that's what will happen at the end of the day. I don't think there's ever going to be a two-state solution, not with the mindset that Israelis have. So it'll be one state there, and maybe Palestinians will let them stay if they maybe not. I don't know.
Zionists won't be welcome in a one-state solution. Obviously Jews would, and Israelis, whatever you want to call them, they would be welcome. But a Zionist would not be welcome in a one-state solution because it's like, are Nazis welcome? They can be forced into a place. So that's what it's going to be. Zionism is the equivalent of Nazism, saying, "Oh, I'm still a Nazi after World War II. I have the rights to be in this. I want to live amongst everyone too." Okay, great. So you're going to be a Nazi. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. Zionist is you have a terrorist mentality, that in this superiority supremacists.
That's what it means today. I agree.
You're going to need a different name. That's the bottom line. You're going to need a different name. So
yeah, I hear that.
But anyways, okay. So appreciate that discussion there, because it is. We're all trying to figure out where we're going next on this. But until we get there, until we get to the end of this thing, they're going to keep saying the quiet part out loud. I just want to give one more of Ben Gabbard, because he said this one out loud about Lebanon should become our playground, is what he's saying here. See here and see there, but I do not accept the restriction that exists on certain areas in the state of Lebanon. All of Lebanon should become our playground. All of Lebanon should be our goal. And I say to myself, wait a minute, but there is Lebanon and there is Hezbollah. I don't accept this artificial approach. Lebanon has a country. There is a name in the Lebanese government. Hezbollah members are ministers on behalf of Hezbollah, and they are a revolving door policy. So, again, just re-emphasizing his firm belief that we need to destroy all of Lebanon. There's no exception.
But the Zionists in the West will tell you it's just about self-defense, and they're just going after Hezbollah. But in Hebrew, they tell you what they're actually doing.
Yeah, exactly. And then we might ask ourselves, well, what if they get away with this? What would be next? Seems like Turkey might be coming. According to the Israel Foreign Ministry, Hamas terrorists based in Turkey are directing attacks against Israelis, funding terrorism, and recruiting operatives. The network is exposed. The facts are clear. I love this. The facts are clear. It's whatever you want it to be. That's the facts, whatever you want them to be. And here you go. There are the new targets. These are Hamas operatives directing terrorist activity in Judea and Samaria from Turkey. There they are.
And, you know, like, I gotta say, I threw this in there because it's important to see how they're talking. Like, in their own media, they're already hyping up the next target. But I will say, in reality, do I think it's likely that they would go after Turkey next? Probably not. If I had to guess which country they would go after next, it would be either Syria or maybe Egypt. It would be one of those two, because Turkey is too powerful of a country, and it's still a NATO member, at least on paper. So if they were to attack Turkey, it would cause a lot of issues for, you know, America, you know, to continue to defend them, and would force America to choose sides. But I think it's still important we see how they're hyping up, you know, like their own people, and how they're literally putting targets like on all their neighbors, like as they're claiming that they're just doing this in self-defense. They're already telling you, like, we want to target all of these people. So the fact that they're talking like that says something that we should pay attention to.
So you did mention Egypt, and it seems that Egypt did come up at this summit. I think we're gonna get more into the summit on Thursday's show, but this is happening right now. This is a Zionist activist, one of the good ones, Jay, just kidding, telling the Jewish News Syndicate, that's JNS, at the summit in Israel, that a war with Egypt is on the horizon.
One threat from America is the Muslim Brotherhood. CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood are trying to take over now Florida and Texas. And first they take Florida, then they take Texas, and then America falls. New York, they already took over. Now, it's not only a threat for America.
That's a Memdami indication. New York, they already took over. The Brotherhood, right? This is this. Oh my God! So they're coming for Florida next. They're coming. They're coming for us.
It's a threat for Israel. In 15 years from now, Israel will have a war with Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood will eventually take over Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is a Sunni jihad, now after we weaken the Shia jihad, will be a threat to the world. Turkey is now taking over. Fidan Khan, what's his name? The foreign minister, Hakan Fidan. The foreign minister of Turkey announced that
it's hard. You got mix up all the names of all your targets. You got so many, so I can understand you get confused by all the different people. You got to remember all your different targets. That big long list that Netanyahu has. You remember the list. Him and Huckabee, that AI Netanyahu and Huckabee going over the list, checking it twice. Hard to remember all the names. I think you should have had it in front of him so you could go down the whole. Here are all of our targets that we're going to take out.
Took CALEB, we took Damascus, and Jerusalem is next. The Sunni jihad is the next enemy. Israel needs to be strong. America needs to be strong. Unfortunately, America is weak. Now, imagine you're an Israeli prime minister today, and you understand that in 15 years you're going to have a war with Egypt, and you don't know who's going to be the prime minister, the president of the United States in 15 years from now. What do you do today to address that challenge? Even if it's an American one, the Muslim Brotherhood takes Texas and Florida. Imagine where America can be. That's a threat not only to Israel, not to Western society. It's a threat to mankind.
Well said. Well said. Yeah, preemptively getting ready. How are you going to get that? How are you going to keep that money chain coming 15 years from now? How are we going to buy off the next president and the next president? How are we going to keep our plan, Jay? How are we going to? We got to stay on track. Stay on this Greater Israel Project track. Wow.
Well, I think part of it is you name all these countries so nobody knows who's next, so you can kind of keep them all on their toes. But if they say straight up, we're going after Egypt next, Egypt is next on the list, and everyone's talking about Egypt, then Egypt will know it's them. But now, you know, I guess their leaders are just, you know, continuing to try to cash in on the American and the Israeli money that's coming in, and to pretend that Israel isn't a threat. Because think about it, guys. Why else would all of their neighbors sit by and let this happen? Like, why else would they all sit by and listen to this one tiny little state made up of people who are not from that area talk about how they're going to conquer the whole region, you know, without actually coming together and solving the problem? The only reason they haven't done that is because their leadership is corrupt and it's being paid off by the Israelis and by us to sit there and allow us to do that. Not just being paid off, they're also being threatened, more than likely blackmailed, you know, Epstein files, you know, all that good stuff. So, but yeah, you know, really quick, I did just Google a few of the names because I wanted to make sure you knew I wasn't crazy. You have Ahad Hammam, who lived between 1856 and 1927, Martin Buber, who lived between 1878 and 1965, Judah Magnes, and a couple others. And all those people did not promote Zionism as establishing a Jewish state, but simply as Jews going to live there amongst the people who were already there, not to take it over, but to live there as brothers. So superior brothers,
right?
Listen,
come on.
I'm telling you, they did not go there to take it over. They were promoting simply immigration to a place that meant something to them. That's all they're promoting.
They want to live amongst the Neanderthals. They want to live amongst the Goyim. They want to live amongst the crap on the bottom of your shoes, right? I want to be one with my environment. I got it. Okay.
Listen, now was that the majority? No, but it did mean different things before World War II to certain groups. That's all. World War II is what consolidated it around the Jews need their own state because they're always at risk, because they're just waiting on another Hitler to come around. So before that, there were different trains of thought.
All right, that's good. Good perspective and insight there. We'll see if that has a new resurgence.
Oh, I'm not holding my breath. I'm not holding my breath. No.
I think that's done. I think we're done. I think we're done with Zionism. I think that the new Nazi flag, it's the Israeli flag. That's the new Nazi flag. You got to get rid of all of it, man. You got to reset, start over. Let's start from scratch here. All right. Let's get on with I think it's time for some artificial insanity. Before we're going to start that one up, but I want to put up one more super chat from Citizen. Thank you so much, Citizen, for the super chat. Embrace the antiseptic. We've had this debate a number of times on the show with us, with you, Jay, with Pasta. Reject the conspiratist label for its man in the mirror attack. They buy fairy tales and believe shit just happens without beneficiaries. All right, appreciate the super chat. I think we agree on let's not waste too much time on the next name they're gonna call us. Let's just do the work. Let's just do what we're doing, and they're gonna do it anyway. They're gonna call us, anti whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm here trying to not defend Zionism, but I'm here trying to say Zionism doesn't have to be bad, and they'll still call me anti-Semitic too. So yeah, we're all.
That's true. That's true. We're never gonna reach a place where they're like, you guys are good. You're doing your protesting just right. Everything's on the up and up. We're all in our lane correctly. Okay, that's never gonna happen because they can't do their thing without having that anti-Semitic boogeyman be the problem. So we have to be the problem. There's nothing we have to be. If not, they'll find someone else to be the problem. Someone's gonna be the problem. Okay. Moving on. Are you ready for the artificial insanity?
Let's do it.
Okay. All right, guys, we got a few of them here on this one. This one's going to be good. Okay, here we go. Cue the intro.
Intelligence is a utility, and people buy it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things,
Palantir is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
Artificial insanity. That's what we're talking about, guys. Sometimes we just have to kill our competition, and we mean that literally, at least if you're Alex Karp and the Palantir gang. But yeah, make no mistake, we're moving into this new technocratic age. We know AI data centers are popping up everywhere. The technology is getting better, faster, crazier. We're counting on these things now, and we've covered this on the show, counting on all these AI communications to help us do everything faster. We can do things faster, personalize everything, move quick, move fast. But unfortunately, all this stuff is being used against us. We know this over and over. At the same time, and we covered this last week, we're gonna start this segment with Eric Schmidt, who's gonna say the thing we actually talked about last week. We're pinning our competitor, China, as the bad guy. China is going to be doing open source with their AI, and we can't have it. Eric Schmidt's going to tell you we are not okay with us not controlling everything. That's the problem. Here it is.
What I like about this is that we have real competitors. What I don't like about it is China is very focused in broad diffusion of this technology globally, and it's all open source, which means it's largely uncontrolled and not controlled in any way by us.
I'll pause there. So he's saying we're not able to control it, and that pisses us the hell off. Also needs to be said, which he's alluding to here, but needs to be said, China, because they're doing it as open source, they're not controlling it either. They're allowing the user or the civilians to have some control, some ability to control their actions and behavior and how they go about their daily lives, not under the thumb of a government overreach, just terror group, which is what we are. So he's saying both. He's saying we need to control everything. We hate the fact that China doesn't have those same priorities. So that's what, so let's hear a little more of this.
So I think a fair statement is a year ago I said I thought that they were 1 to 2 years behind. It looks like they've caught up enough that the most recent analysis is China is within 6 months, which is a nanosecond, right, in our world. So it gives you a sense of how committed China is to the AI leadership position. And they're not going to stop. If it makes you feel any better, in order to do this, you have to have a whole country of engineers, scientists, nerds, money, hardware, and so forth. There are not going to be many countries that can do this on their own. But China's clearly one. America's another one with our allies, of course. Maybe there'll be a third or fourth.
So the good news is it's not going to be everybody popping up and changing our business model, just China. So China's our biggest threat. But all of our allies, they're on the same page with us. They have all the Palantir tech. They got the open AI tech. They're ready for total surveillance. We're going to get into the surveillance part of this story next, of the next part. But Jay, what are your thoughts? I mean, he's basically saying the thing that we reported and covered on last week, that China is closer to this, and it's scaring the shit out of the Western technocrats.
Yeah, and it's messing with their money because at the end of the day, we have these gigantic IPOs, initial public offerings, about to go off for both Anthropic and ChatGPT. Like, they're literally planning on having the government take a position in these companies too. Like, Trump has already taken positions in IBM. He's taken a position, I think, in 1 or 2 other companies, I believe a steel manufacturer and maybe one other. And, this is unprecedented. So they're scared shitless. They're trying to figure out how they're going to make their business model work. And clearly they can understand that it's under threat right now. And China is the biggest cause of that. So maybe that's part of the reason why, they've been demonizing China, like so much in conjunction with Russia and Iran. That's why you have to think of the Chinese as dangerous, because they're thinking about undercutting the business model.
They're totally undercutting the business model. And what's the business model again? It's total surveillance state. We've been doing this shit since the Patriot Act.
And renting the intelligence. Don't forget that they got to rent us the intelligence.
Yes, because it's our own data. It's by the way, it's us. We're the data. We provide the human experience that they collected. And now they're going to sell it back to us. Rent it back. Not sell. Sorry. You got it right, Jay. Rent it back to us, because they own our experiences now. And that's just the way it is. And this is one model. It's the dominant model of the West. And its only competition is China, who's not actually doing this model. And that scares the shit out of them. Our model, though, is we just do this with every bit of technology so anytime you guys see a new thing pop up, and they always use the keywords of it's for your safety, it's for your own security. These are all code words for we get more control, we get more access to your personal shit, and we're not going to give it up. This is the next story of this. We're talking about Flock, and so ACLU's been reporting on this for the last year or so, telling us that this was from last summer, that the surveillance company Flock now is using AI to report us to police if it thinks, I love this, if it thinks our movement patterns are suspicious, and that's such a loaded, what a loaded statement. What constitutes suspicious? What constitutes thinking as a company, right? What are you looking? What is your what's your goal as a? So all these questions, right? We know what the answers are. They're not great answers. They're pretty. This is pretty dark shit. The company crosses a dangerous line by beginning to offer AI suspicion-generated functions. So we knew this was coming. This is more recent. This is from, I guess this got printed about a North Central Florida media that then went out to all these other publications, PBS, NPR. They're saying that the Flock AI security cameras are sparking concern over privacy misuse among residents of Gainesville. Now, look, this is across the country. This is just one example, but this is happening everywhere right now. Total concerns in every big, small city across the country. As we're getting more aware of the AI data centers being built, we're realizing this is a problem. Wall Street Apes tweets this out, new audit. So there's an audit now. This is good. And this was in San Francisco. A new audit reveals that Flock safety cameras are being used as mass surveillance cameras by multiple agencies. The audit shows Flock cameras in San Francisco are being accessed hundreds of times by out-of-state agencies and federal agencies as well. Here's the story.
Morning, stunning revelation from San Francisco's police chief, putting the spotlight on the city's license plate cameras. Now, this all brings up a reoccurring question. Who else has access to that data outside of local police?
Today in the Bay, Ginger Conejero-Sam joins us live in San Francisco this morning. And the police chief, what is he saying?
Yeah, good morning, Laura and Marcus. Police Chief Derek Liu made the announcement at a recent police commission meeting. He says that a recent audit uncovered activity that violates California law. Now, the police chief said the city's license plate cameras were improperly accessed hundreds of times by Western State Information Network. That was done on behalf of federal and out-of-state law enforcement agencies, which include the DEA, the ATF, as well as state agencies in Oregon and Washington. Now, that activity is illegal because California prohibits sharing data with agencies outside the state. Chief Liu says that the audit did not find any inquiries related to federal immigration enforcement and that no federal or out-of-state agencies have ever had direct access to the Flock system.
Okay, so, and that story goes on. Now, look, this is a California law, right, that's being violated. And these federal agencies don't give a shit about what laws are violating in what state. Some states do not have that law, but a lot do. So depending on what state you're in, you're going to hopefully get an audit of your state at some point and understand that this is happening everywhere. Every state is happening in. Some of them are breaking the laws. Some of them aren't, depending on the state's laws. California happens to be one where this is directly breaking the law. You can't do that. But the federal agencies don't give a shit. They were going to do this anyways. That was always the plan. Right, Jay?
Yeah, and you know what I hope is this is not just headlines for 1 month and then we forget about it and move on, because there's so much other shit that's happening. So I am glad that people are talking about it now. But you know, at the end of the day, if you look at what's been happening over time, you know, when the NDAA was originally passed, right after 9/11, we talked about it. It was a big deal for a year, and now we just accept it as a part of life, right? So, you know, we have to eventually put our foot down and recognize that we can't let them continue to slow walk us down this path, and we have to reverse like all the power that they're taking. And one of the ways we can do that is talking about you know, how our information is owned and shared. And that's why I keep coming back to encourage people to study what's being done in Estonia, because you know how the story just mentioned that we don't know who's accessing our data and what they're using it for, right? In Estonia, they have a system where the digital ID is decentralized. So you have control and you have line of sight over how your data is shared and used. So anytime an agency wants to access your data, they have to provide a reason why they're doing it. they're not just doing it because the Israeli government tapped them on the shoulder and said, hey, this guy's saying some mean things about me. Why don't you follow him? Because if they have to put that down on paper and answer for it, they're not going to do that. So, you know, we have to realize there are solutions to these problems that exist in the world today. It's just a question of, can we get enough people to, you know, understand these solutions and how they could be implemented and actually care about pushing back instead of just getting outraged by the headline, then moving on. Because if we can't effectively protest, and if we can't stop these people from surveilling us and targeting us, then they're just going to pick off, you know, like the resistance in different ways. So, like, you know, we have to push back on this issue a lot.
And I'll say this: it has to be a populist movement on both sides. And how do you do that? Okay, so we talk on the show all the time about how you have to bring in Trump to get the other half of the country on board for digital IDs, and they already had the left on board, right? Medical, the medical, show your shit. You have no more bodily autonomy. And now you got to get the right. You get them with immigration. You get them with other election stuff. You get them all. At the same time, we can get people concerned that wouldn't have been concerned. I suspect the ACLU putting out this stuff. They've been on this. I traced them back. They started reporting on this a year ago, and they're reporting on it up till yesterday. They're talking about this, and you're like, well, why are they doing? Would they? My question is, Jay, maybe this is a good thing. ACLU maybe wouldn't be doing this investigation if Trump wasn't in office right now. So they're only doing it. Maybe they're doing it because Trump's in office, and they're saying this particular administration is allowing its federal agencies to come into our police departments. You have the right that says, wait a minute, we got these police departments that are being infiltrated. Who knows? They would have been more vocal about it 2 years ago than they are now. But maybe there's a way we can connect the dots with people and say, we all need to be concerned about this surveillance state. And we all have to be protesting this. And it shouldn't just go away, like you said, just because a news cycle passed.
Yeah, right? Well, you know, the right was pushing back on it when Biden was in office when it comes to vaccine passports. That's right, yeah. Like they were kicking shit about it. So people were pushing back on it. But you know, the two movements haven't connected. They haven't. And we need to bring both of these sides together. Just like how, there's so much right now that the right and the left can agree on, at least when it comes to people, not when it comes to politicians or what they pretend, you know, like on stage. So if we can just, you know, come together, then we have plenty of common ground that, you know, we can make progress on. And real quick, that's why I think, you know, We the People Party has the formula to do that. So check it out, WTPnational.com.
That's the way to go, man. That's the way to go. But for now, let's look closer at how bad this flock stuff really is, because it goes well beyond these federal agencies coming in and putting us in their little supercomputer and watching us how we drive through. By the way, they're getting us when we drive through, you know, it's for red lights and for speeding and we're for our safety. They're keeping tabs of every one of our cars as we're moving through the street. Forget red lights and stop signs. They're literally tracking our movement, and they're getting a sense of what the AI is able to detect what's in the car. So they get every one of our smart devices. They're lining it up with the driver. This is actually happening. This is insane. This is how they're tabbing our daily behavior. They're able to get a sense of what we're going to do next, and that's how they anticipate people's actions, movement, where they're going, what device they're using. So this isn't about safe. This isn't about red lights and the police have to be able to make sure you're not, you didn't steal a car. Bullshit, total bullshit. You want to know what else is happening with these same cameras that are set up for your safety? Look at this, also from Wall Street Apes. Flock safety cameras are no longer being used just as license plate readers or traffic safety. This flock camera is, and I'm going to play this clip. This flock camera is a playground. There is no traffic to monitor. I found local governments are now just placing flock cameras in areas where they believe crime risks might be higher, which means they're now just straight up being used for mass surveillance of Americans without a warrant. This is the surveillance and police state being established. Again, These are no longer just traffic cameras. They're being used for surveillance. Ban them nationwide. Here it is. And this is right over a playground. I better say that song. Looks like Phlox likes little kids too.
Being lied to about these Phlox safety cameras. Just take a look at these comments. People really hate them. Traffic device, by the way. And that's a good point. So if these are a traffic device, then why are they at a children's playground? And let's just take a look. First, the question is this a Phlox camera? So we put the image in, and yes, this is a Phlox safety camera. It goes over the details, how it's mounted, but it confirms that this is a Phlox camera. So Phlox cameras are marketed as highway traffic monitoring, their license plate reading recognition. They're meant for monitoring traffic and vehicles. So why is it at a playground if they are supposed to be meant for traffic monitoring? And here's where it gets to the point where we are being completely lied to. Local governments install them where they believe crime risks are higher. So they are just being used for straight up mass surveillance now. They're no longer just for traffic. They're being used by local governments for mass surveillance purposes.
I mean, you know, I guess we shouldn't worry about the fact that Epstein was connected to so many people in our government and they all covered up the client list. That's not relevant at all. So we should just have no problem with them putting cameras and surveillance, you know, like technology on playgrounds to watch our little kids. Nothing bad can come from that.
And I also want to say this, because if people still have this misconception, whether you're on the left or right, which is the thing to be more concerned about, are corrupt government agencies or our police. The left always seems to have more of a history of being skeptical of police and being like okay about our government agencies, and then the right is more like let's be more skeptical of the agencies, less but the police are great. They're all the same. The surveillance state, it's all of it. The military, police, government, feds, it's all corrupt. It's all bad. And if you think the police themselves are victims of these cameras being used for things they didn't want it to be, think again, because this is also happening. U.S. police are using AI surveillance cameras to stalk partners and exes. Imagine that, Jay. You think it's just a few bad apples? Probably just a few bad apples, right? Predictable, since they use the police computer to stalk women, as in this rash of cases in Ottawa, here in Canada, included trying to establish intimate relationships with vulnerable victims of crimes. This hurts everyone, but it hits women hardest. And this is from this tweet from Ottawa Police. The chief admits that its members are using police database to stalk women, including vulnerable victims. Here's a little clip of that police chief.
Quickly, in the other direction.
The chief outlining several examples, including officers allegedly using police databases to obtain information about women they encounter in public.
Externally, members are using our databases as their own way to meet women. Seeing a woman at a coffee shop, coming out of a gym, driving next to them, getting their license plates and running them on the system. We've seen members messaging vulnerable victims on calls that they've attended in an attempt to develop an intimate relationship.
The comments follow several recent incidents involving Ottawa police members, including an officer charged in an intimate partner violence investigation and another demoted for improperly accessing police databases.
This is a coordinated, systematic targeting of women. It's really predatory and it is extremely dangerous. We are.
All right, well.
You remember Wedding Crashers at the end of it when they finally went to go meet Will Ferrell? Owen Wilson finally went to go meet him. And, you know, he was the guy who started out the wedding crashing thing. He was like, yeah, you know, so what have you been up to? He's like, Will Ferrell's like, yeah, I'm crashing funerals now. It's so easy to pick up the woman there because they're all sad and vulnerable. This is literally what the police officers are doing. Like, look at this victim of domestic violence I just went to go help the other day. She must need a man in her life right now to help her out right now. I can be that man. I'll be there to protect her. Let me just track her license plate and accidentally run into her at the supermarket. That's exactly what's happening. And so if you're a woman like, obviously you should care about this. If you're a man, you should also care about this, because there are women in your life. There are also gay police officers. So it's like everyone should care about what's happening here. It's sick. It's disgusting. They're literally targeting people in the most vulnerable states, illegally using the information. And that's assuming, and that's not even talking about the ones who were just straight up using it for stalking.
Well, that's what I'm thinking about, the stalking element all around, that this is well beyond I'm lonely and need a date and I'm going to lie about how I accidentally ran into at the grocery store. This is, I mean, the amount of horrible stuff that people could do in a stalking mindset, you should, like violence and things that go well beyond. And by the way, it's not just relationship. You can be stalked in a lot of ways. Someone can come up and meet you and know everything about you, Jay, and then pretend they're just meeting you for the first time, and their intention could be to take your business from you or to capture, to do something horrible to you because they have information that they shouldn't have and they're using it against you. And I think we all need to be careful with that. Any random meetings of strangers that are overly nice, I think we should all be careful about those people in today's day when there's all these ways you can get a whole background on somebody and use information against them for whatever your nefarious purposes are.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think this story was focusing on police officers using the database, but there are ways people can hack into like the flock systems. In fact,
that's right. Yeah,
there's been robberies that have been conducted, of people just tracking the flock cameras. So they establish a target, they pick them out one way or another. They hack into the flock database, which is apparently relatively easy for people to do. And then they wait for you to leave your house because they know what your license plate looks like. And then when you're not home, they go steal your stuff. So, this is there. And there was a chain of robberies that have been busted using that exact same method. So it could be for sexual violence, it could be for robbery, it could be for something worse. So, this is something that we all should be concerned about. I would argue it should be one of the top priorities, actually, of things we're addressing in this country right now, because there's so many ways they can be abused.
Yeah. All right, that should do it for this segment. We covered a lot in that one, but man, this stuff moves so fast, man. You go down your feed, you're like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" Like each thing, I'm like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?" And so we try to get it all to you guys. I think we can. I just want to fix my. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna do this this NATO, I think, update now.
Yeah.
We'll get one more super chat in here from Citizen. There we go, Citizen. High ground ours. We'll call them fairy tale terrorists. Fairy tale terrorists. I like it. Well, we take the high ground. Thanks for that, Citizen. Really appreciate it. I like that. That's a good one.
Oh,
I like that.
By the way, Citizen, I appreciate you pointing out that Colombia story. We had too much, so we couldn't cover it today, but I'm sure you heard about this, Matt. But Citizen was tagging me on Twitter, asking me to report on the, Colombian president saying Israel interfered in their election. So, which definitely wouldn't be the first time they've interfered in an election. But we had a packed menu, but don't worry, we'll get to that soon, Citizen. So appreciate that. Keep the tags coming. So
yeah, for sure. Okay, so this is going to be a NATO update, which we haven't done in a while. We're going to call this one, because this includes the Starmer stuff, we'll call this one World War III Watch, because some things don't necessarily, they might seem good, but they're not necessarily as good when you look a little closer. So here we go. I'm going to play in the lead in, whatever we call it, the intro. Here we go. It's World War III Watch. Let's just face it, it's already started. I'm here with co-host Jay Scott, and there is some news that came out of the UK, which seems fairly good for some when you look at the, the headline. But there might be a little bit more to it when we look a little closer. And what I'm talking about is this. Sir Keir Starmer has resigned as UK Prime Minister because he was one of the most hated politicians in modern history. The public scorn was deserved. He's a standard center-left institutionalist, striver with zero fixed beliefs and an endless capacity for deceit. That was Glenn Greenwald's assessment, and this was from Z Squirrel earlier when he says that Starmer began his ascent as a Zionist sleeper cell agent of the Israel lobby. His job was to stay in Corbyn's cabinet and sabotage it from within. He was very successful through pushing a referendum poison pill ahead of 2019 and then never talking about that again. This is the thing that we see all the time with our politicians as well. They run on one thing, they do the exact opposite. We can date this way back. We talk about Obama ditching his thing the second he got in. So this is what Starmer was all about, ditching the thing he ran on to do the exact opposite because he was an Israel shill the whole time. Just going to play this clip because it's funny. You guys got to know that these people, they love to humanize themselves. They love to do the little tear up. I'm a family guy. This is like Obama playbook 101 here. Here he is with his exit speech. Just a little clip of it.
The biggest job in the country, I shall spend more time on the most important job, being the best husband I can to my fantastic wife Vic, who has been a rock by my side through good times and bad, and being the best dad I can to my beautiful children, who are my pride and my joy. Thank you very much.
I mean, seriously, dude, like, come on, man. We don't need that shit. We know his history. We know what he's about. We know his stance on everything from when, this October 7th, the worst thing in the fucking world. We know what it's about. And so he's leaving. What is that? We've heard people celebrate this, Jay. They've said, hey, good thing that the piece of shit is out. So good. That's good news. But I don't see the good news. We're going to talk about his replacement in a second. But just on the cover story of he's gone, why do you think the timing of this is right now, Jay? And then we'll talk about the most likely replacement coming in. But why now? What is the timing here?
So, well, they're at the point where they've committed now to developing new weapons, to go arm Ukraine with, which we're about to cover in just a moment. So the next step is already in motion. So, with the Ukraine war, they already know that whoever comes after him, is going to keep the same, foreign policy as far as the Middle East goes. So, they just have to change out the figures. Once people reach such a low in their popularity, you have to, switch out the cast members to make people think that change is coming. So one thing I did hear about Andy Burnham is he may apparently be in favor of some sort of like wealth tax. But my question for the British people is, even though that is needed and that's something that's good, if they're just going to spend the money they raise on fighting a war against Russia or arming Israel, to go cause havoc across the Middle East, then that's just a waste of your money. So he may tell people one or two things they want to hear. And I think it's possible he may come in and start talking about a wealth tax to make people think that, things are going to change for the better. And maybe he won't be as open about his foreign policy the same way Trump at first gave people hope that he was going to make peace with Russia and he wasn't going to start any new forever wars. You got to bring in a new cast member sometimes. But ultimately, when the rubber hits the road and it's time to actually do the damn thing, he's going to do exactly what the establishment wants him to do. That's my prediction for what's happening right now.
And you mentioned his name is Andrew Burnham.
Andy Burnham.
This seems like the guy that is going to be coming in here. Here is a clip of Andy Burnham from 2015 talking about what he would do if he was elected to prime minister, what would he do first? And this sounds like the question that Mandami got when he was like, when you're elected mayor, where's the first place you'd go? And every single person, we know what they all said. Everybody raised their hand and said Israel, except for Mamdani. In this case, well, he's just gonna ask and answer the question for himself, and we kind of already know what it's gonna be. Here it is.
I think we need to now reach out, and we need to show that we are listening to people across the board, including in the community. It is clear that when we went into the last election, relationships were damaged. As leader of the Labour Party, I would make it my business to put those relationships right. And as a start of a 10, I can say tonight that the first foreign visit I would do as leader of the Labour Party would be to Israel, to show that message from the very start.
That's what the public really wants, Matt. That's what the people really want. They want to be reassured that their leaders are not going to abandon Israel. That's what the people of America, the people of the UK, we all want that, just to make sure our leaders are going to stand by our greatest ally.
You remember that old commercial? There was a whole campaign for Disneyland that they'd go up to celebrities, and in the commercial, be like, "You just won this, or you just won this championship. What are you going to do next?" "I'm going to Disneyland." Right? They should do one from Israel, like, "Hey, you just got elected prime minister. Where are you going next?" "I'm going to Israel." You could do like Mickey Mouse ears, like little Mickey Mouse ears, like, and it could be like you're, that
would be a good use of AI. I think you need to get an AI video creator and put that compilation together anytime we're doing a segment on Israel. That's hilarious. That's a good one. So.
Yeah, but in this segment, and I'm gonna let's get to the NATO stuff, because that's the part that we've been kind of, and we're kind of guilty of it sometimes. We only have so much time in the show, and we talk about the Greater Israel Project, and we kind of leave NATO to the side here. I mean, this is and you mentioned UK's, obviously they've been one of the biggest culprits of pushing this Ukraine war and sticking it to Putin.
Arguably the most aggressive, actually.
The most of all, right? The most of all. I mean, we've been aggressive. Germany's been aggressive. But yes, I think that's what you could make a good case that UK's been the most aggressive of all to keep this thing going. And we know that from back in 2022 when there was going to be a deal and Zelensky wanted to sign it, and then Boris Johnson was flown in. You don't you motherfucking sign that thing, you are part of NATO now, whether it's on paper or not, and you're going to listen to us, and it's been that way the whole time. So this is a little bit from this is the Andy Berman's his support for Ukraine, which has been there since Russia's 2014 annexation of Crimea, and especially since the full-scale invasion of 2022. So he's been involved with this. NATO's going to secretly set this thing up in advance and trick Putin because we're not going to follow the Minsk. So he's been part of that, right, Jay? The whole time?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And just to go through some of the points here, it points out that in 2014, he opposed Russia's invasion of Crimea and called for FIFA to strip Russia of the 2018 World Cup hosting rights. So back when the whole world witnessed America stage a coup in Ukraine to overthrow the government, his response was not to call out the coup, but just to say Russians' reaction to a hostile coup on their border, bad. Condemn Russia for that. Don't talk about the coup. And since February of 2022, he has repeatedly expressed solidarity, stating that Greater Manchester would stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes, and is never fair weather friends. He emphasized not forgetting Ukraine, despite attention shifting to other conflicts in the Middle East, for example. So. And he co-founded with Liverpool City Region Mayor Steve Rotherham the Unbroken Cities Network, a global partnership of cities and charities to support Ukraine's post-war recovery, rehabilitation, resilience, and city-to-city learning on emergency response and crisis leadership. This includes hosting Ukrainian mayors in Greater Manchester for
Wait,
knowledge exchange.
Post-war recovery. When does that start? If you're gonna keep funding Ukraine weaponry and targeting
Well, Ukraine's
Russia.
about to win, man. They're about to march.
Oh, they're
into
about to win. I
Moscow.
forgot.
Yeah. They're right on the cusp of victory right now, man.
They got Putin on his knees, right? He's
Yeah,
like, begging,
Putin's shaking. Putin's shaking. He's scared
He's
right
shaking.
now, man. Yeah,
You can
he's
see him
shaking.
shaking.
Yeah,
He's like,
yeah,
please.
yeah.
Oh my God.
So practical support in Greater Manchester, backed refugee resettlement and employment programs. For example, United for Ukraine initiative to help refugees into work. He has welcomed Ukrainian communities and maintained long-term solidarity. So it's important to note that while he recorded that video back in 2015 about what he would have done for Israel, that was before what happened on October 7th. Sure. He condemned October 7th, but since those attacks, he's tried to toe the line a little bit, and he's tried to say, oh, well, Israel, maybe you shouldn't be a little bit more careful and precise with your strikes. So he's done a little bit of criticism, and I think he's very aware that Israel has bad PR right now. So my prediction is his first trip will actually be to Ukraine, but it doesn't mean that he's changed how he feels about Israel. It's just he recognizes the optics of it. And the truth is, there is a ton of popular support in the UK for Ukraine at the moment, and Israel is not really that popular anywhere in the world right now. So it's a lot easier politically to stand by Ukraine, quote unquote, in the UK at this point in time, even though I would argue standing by Ukraine would be stopping the slaughter like of its citizens and coming to a peace deal with Russia. That would really be standing with Ukraine. But of course, they don't want to do that.
You're not standing with, and Bernie Sanders needs to listen to this too. You're not standing with Ukraine because you keep sending warmongers more money to fund weaponry and target civilians in Russia, which is a thing, which is literally you're egging on a World War III. That's the whole point. And the fact that Putin, we talk about this on the show, Putin's been the one calm and collected and being like, are you freaking kidding me? You're doing this. You're still doing this. As he's sitting there going, I could annihilate all you, but I won't. But my God, it's absolutely insane as much they push. And you made the case earlier about UK being probably the most, I guess, guilty of egging on this thing more than any other.
It's us and the UK, because I would argue the Anglo-American Empire.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Trump's had more optics of at least telling half the country that he's going to stop this thing on day one. We've never heard that from, and when he say stop, it meant there was this insinuation that he was going to cut funding off, right? And that's the thing. I don't think the UK's ever suggested cutting off funding for Ukraine, right?
Exactly. No,
they've never.
We started it with the coup in 2014, and then since then the UK has been like, the number one champion of it. So, and Biden, of course, he was 1,000% committed to it. And don't forget, in Trump's first term, he was actually the first person crazy enough to arm Ukraine with lethal aid. And Obama wouldn't even take it that far because he knew that would really piss off Russia. But then he saw how unpopular the war was when Biden was in office. So he sold everyone a dream. He sold the whole country a dream.
Yeah. And so UK being guilty, UK and NATO it's basically having this long history crossing the line between proxy war and direct war with Russia. Here we go. This was, Britain has tests long-range missiles to help Ukraine bomb Moscow. Yes, this actually happened. Experimental systems, each carrying a 250 kg warhead, could potentially reach Russian capital from Kyiv. This is the stuff that Britain's been part of the whole way. There's no reason that this switch out from Starmer to Burnham is going to change this in any way. So this is definitely Putin's not. He's looking at this going, I still got to deal with this. Let's deal with this other guy now. It's the same thing. It's the same policy. It's the same. We're funding missiles to help Ukraine bomb Moscow.
Yeah. And the sad thing is, like people in the UK and in Europe right now, their quality of life is going down because the cost of living is going up. Like they don't have to be at war with Russia. Like, their lives would be so much better. Aside from the threat of an actual hot war popping off, like, they could be getting cheap energy from Russia right now. Russia just wanted to do business with them. But because Russia won't allow its country to be balkanized and then, stripped and, treated like all the other countries, like the West is looted over time, because they don't want that to happen to them, the West won't let it go. They won't treat Russia like an equal partner. They have to balkanize Russia. Like, that is their ultimate goal. And it's so sad because their whole population is suffering because of this ignorance.
Yeah. Well, on that note, let's switch it to the Poland perspective. Although, actually, before I just want to say just one more thing about UK and Starmer and the timing, because we talked about the timing. I'm just going to throw this out. When we see the stuff that Starmer did right near the end, it seems like this would be the time to make the switch. He just passed that law that bans the internet for kids up to 16. We covered that one last. So he's done all. He hasn't just checked all his boxes for Israel and all the things for Greater Israel Project and NATO. He's also checked the box for the technocracy, I guess, overlords as well. And he said, I've done my part. Now we'll do the switch out. So those are all these things that have happened. And people in UK, you can't go and protest without being arrested. You're going to be. This happened. Our own viewers are getting arrested for being at protests in UK. You're posting on social media. You're going to have knocks on the door. So this is all coordinated with these, prime minister, government officials have coordinated this attack on civil rights, attack on liberties of UK citizens. And so this switch out is just, like you said earlier, Jay, it's just we're just changing the guard, but it's the same thing. It doesn't really, it's just time to make that switch. So moving to the Poland part of this story, I'll let you take it from here, but this was from this tweet came out from DD Geopolitics.
And in the interest of time, I just want to summarize it because it is like a long tweet.
Sure.
But for those who don't know, Poland has an issue with Zelensky right now after being one of Zelensky's strongest supporters this whole time, because Zelensky is giving state honors to a literal Nazi, a literal Nazi over there, like in Ukraine. So Poland was trying to tell him, hey, this guy that you're giving this award to, he's like a really old guy now, and he just died, and he's been given state honors and all that. He was like an actual Nazi, like he was part of the oppression and the murder of thousands and thousands of Poles, like during World War II. He was a guy who was in favor of the concentration camps and who helped run the concentration camps over there. So Poland was completely outraged because they see Zelensky as openly embracing Nazism. So why is it this story isn't, and what happened after that is they decided to strip Zelensky of honors that they had given him, in Poland. And now there's like a tit for tat back and forth with prominent Ukrainians renouncing like their Polish awards, and they're just going tit for tat right now. But like the fact of the matter is, it's so insane that this is not being reported in the West, because what this story highlights is Ukraine, one of Ukraine's most important allies, is saying, hey, if you guys don't stop supporting Nazism, then we're not going to support you. And of course, this backs up exactly what Putin has been saying, like at the beginning of the war, right? Because Putin said that the current leadership and government in Ukraine is in bed and working with Nazis. And we cannot have that on our border, because millions of our people lost lives in World War II to defeat that ideology. So we refuse to share a border with a government that is openly supporting and working with Nazis. The Azov battalion has Nazi symbology like on their uniforms. So the fact that Poland is just now coming out and saying this, you know, it's a promising sign. But my question is, will Poland take the next step and then reach out to Russia and be like, you know, maybe we can agree with you guys, you know, on getting rid of the Nazi ideology over here. And unfortunately, I don't think, you know, they've reached that point yet. But that's the gist of, you know, what they're saying here. Ukraine and Poland, top government officials, the president of Poland is now having a beef with Zelensky and his government over their open embrace of Nazi ideology. Oh, but I remember now, Matt, the reason why they're not talking about it in the West is because it's a conspiracy theory.
Of course.
Zelensky is Jewish, so there's no way that he could ever work with Nazis. And if you say that, you're just a Putin puppet. So I guess the president of Poland is now a Putin puppet.
I guess I'm wondering why it took this long to do this, because we knew the whole time that the Azov battalion was a bunch of neo-Nazis. We saw Jon Stewart put a ribbon around the neck of a neo-Nazi at Disney World. We saw, so this was years ago. And so, like, you're right. You're called a conspiracy theorist to say that. But for Poland to I guess they finally got the courage to do this, or it was like the last straw. I don't know, but or the wind is blowing a certain way where they can stand on it now. But
you know what I think it is?
I don't understand why now.
It could be survival instinct to an extent, because they can see what's happening in Ukraine right now, and they don't, you know, like, and they probably realize that, you know, there are other parts of the West that want this war with Russia, and maybe they're trying to separate themselves from it because they share a border with Russia too. Like, you know, they are on that front line. If there is a wider war between, you know, Europe and Russia, the UK is on the other end. France is on the other end of the continent. So, like, Poland is going to get pummeled first. Germany, they're going to take a beating. France, they can let the Germans, you know, like, take the brunt of that stuff, and, you know, they'll hide out behind Germany. And the UK is on an island. It's all the way over there. So maybe that's the survival instinct, you know, of the Poles kicking in a little bit and recognizing, hey, these guys have hypersonic missiles that we can't shoot down. Maybe it's not a good idea to openly walk into a war against them. Maybe we should figure out how to sit this one out.
Yeah. Well, we'll wrap this up with there's a couple more things that need to be mentioned. I suppose here there was a Defense Production Act. If you want to tell people about this one, or we got this from Washington, I put this out, that Trump invokes Defense Production Act to supercharge U.S. munitions production chain, orders Hegseth to prioritize domestic output of motors, igniters, and guidance systems as Washington accelerates efforts to secure critical defense supply chains. There it is, a letter, and there's the two commanders in war. And what is it? What is the timing on this one, Jay?
Yeah, and, you know, I think the timing of this just reinforces what everyone knows has happened. You know, over the past few years, and with the Iran war in particular, we've blown through all of our munitions. And this act essentially is trying to give Pete Hegseth the ability to kind of start to coordinate with some of the private sector, you know, about how to ramp up, you know, munition production. So that means that they're going to be working with car manufacturers. They're going to be working with whatever manufacturing base we have left in this country to see how they can start to coordinate them to help us with our weapons production. So it's not the same as what happened in World War II, because that gave more direct power. Right now, it's more like organizational power. So it's like we're being slow walked into ramping up our economy into an even more heavily dependent war economy. Like, everyone knows that weapons are one of our biggest, you know, exports, but now, because, you know, like, we've run so low on munitions, they're doubling down on that, and they're trying to figure out, how do we rearm, you know, how do we restock? Because if we're going to fight Russia, Iran, and probably China at the same time, we need more weapons to do that. And, you know, like, current predictions have it at like 5 to 10 years before we can replenish some of the key weapon stockpiles, like that we've gone low on. So this act is an attempt for them to shorten down that time span and maybe collapse it a little bit so they can restart their wars more quickly. So that's why, I've been saying on this show, Matt, that I do think they're going to temporarily rein in Israel because there's only so many bombs. And they need a little bit of time to restock their munitions. So they're going to need to find a way to get this MOU to stick, so the strait can be opened up, at least for a little bit. But I think we're already kind of locked into higher oil prices, and I'm really confused right now because there's no way the price of oil should be under $100 a barrel. But I guess it's just market manipulation right now, because even so, if the strait was fully open today, which it's not, like it would still take time to get production back to, where it was before this whole thing started. So we're already a little bit screwed, but for some reason, the financial markets aren't reflecting that. Probably partly because of these IPOs, that I keep mentioning. They're manipulating it so, Anthropic and ChatGPT early investors can get their money back, because those investors aren't just some random investors, Matt. They're key parts in the technological industrial complex, and you have a lot of BlackRock money, which represents, not just, Zionist money, but also the money tying back to these secret societies in Switzerland that I like to talk about too. So all these people are invested in ChatGPT and Anthropic, and they have to offload that onto us before the stock market crashes. So, like long story short, the munitions production is something we need to take care of before we let this war restart.
I think the war is restarting. Man, I don't think this MOU is happening. I think that we're kind of at a. I mean, you could say at best we're at a standstill. But there's, we know that the oil is going to run out. That the number can't be faked forever. There seems to be like a 4-week clock there. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there.
Well,
but
I was going to say, on the other hand, Nico did have a great interview with I forget who it was, but someone who pointed out that a new pandemic, could be rolled out to crush oil supply. So make, whatever we have, the oil supply still lasts. But the thing is, they still need oil for the jets. Like our American fighter jets need diesel that comes from oil. Like all of our, ships, they're gas guzzlers. So, they need oil to an extent. So I don't know, you could be right. I don't know where all the supplies are and how much is left of everything, but just knowing how much we've depleted our weapon supplies through everything we've given to Ukraine and everything we've spent on Iran, I think they do need a breather. So that's not me saying it's not going to happen, but my opinion is there probably will be a temporary pause before they pick back up. But you could be right. So let's see.
Well, everyone wants to predict when World War III is going to start, and we always say on this segment, we say on the show, let's just face it, it's already started.
It's moving in slow motion. That's all.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, cool. Do we have time for one more with you? I know we had the
you wanted to do the third party. The third party one.
Yeah, if we want to stick, just kind of get a little discussion about J.D. Vance. I thought it was interesting. Do you have the time? Or it's all good.
Let's go.
Okay. All right, guys, here we go. We're going to talk a little bit about what's happening with MAGA, what's happening with the Zio movement, the Make Israel. What is it called, guys? Is it Make America Great Again? Make Israel Great Again? We had somebody suggested that MAGA was going to be reinvented as Miriam Adelson gets everything that she wants, or gets it all, or something. I forget. It was but the point is, everybody's out there trying to figure out what is MAGA going to be now that you have this massive divide. How do they keep this two-party duopoly intact? The Democrats seem to have a plan in place. They're going to either roll out Newsom or AOC. They're going to reinvent themselves and pretend that they were the ones that were going to be able to be more diplomatic in the Middle East. They got a little plan there. They're going to say bring things back to a normal, decent, way we manage things. But the Republicans, it seems it's a lot more complicated over there because you would think that J.D. Vance would be the natural successor here, and he might be being groomed for this spot of reinventing MAGA. A problem is, I don't personally know this, and I want to talk to you about this, Jay, but I don't personally think it's going in that direction all that well. But let's start with this clip because you showed this to me. This is the say what you have to say to stay cool with everybody. And what he's doing here is J.D. Vance is going to tell us exactly what we want to hear about Iran when it comes to what Netanyahu was his opinion of what Netanyahu wants versus what Israel wants as a whole. And he definitely maneuvers his way through this pretty okay, decently, I suppose, for the thing he has to do here.
There are maybe, I don't know if Bibi thinks this, but do I think there are people within Israeli society who would like to turn Iran into Libya, basically a failed state with 90 million people? Probably, but I don't know that Bibi wants that. I've actually never had that conversation with him. It'd be an interesting conversation to have. I'll tell you right now, is Iran turning into a Persian Libya good for the United States of America? Absolutely not.
So that's your middle of the road. I have to acknowledge the thing, but hey, Israelis, they're not insane. But he is saying that, or whatever. Some of them are, but not all of them. Netanyahu, I don't know. So it's just this middle of the road. He's not really saying anything clear. Jay, your thoughts on this? Is JD Vance, how is he going to be a guy that maneuvers through all of this and comes out the other end as the guy to vote for this new MAGA ticket?
Yeah, I mean, he's always supposed to have been the one who was pushing for peace amongst, influencers on the right. You've heard this suggestion from Tucker Carlson at different times. Actually, he is painted Vance as, the voice of reason within the administration. So I do think that he's being groomed for the run. And I do think it's likely that he stands a good chance because, who else are you going to go for on the right after Trump leaves? There aren't really any other, figures that stand out, after Trump. So the question is, does he have the ability to actually win over the Republican base? Maybe as much as Biden did to win over the Democratic base. So, I think you could kind of consider him, like the Biden of the right, to an extent. But he is more vocal now than Biden was, when he was Obama's VP, because I don't remember hearing that much from Biden when he was VP. And we are hearing a lot from Vance right now. And he does seem to be, saying some of the things that people really want to hear with foreign policy that they previously weren't hearing, from Trump as much. So I do think he's being set up for that. But will he get there? He stands a better chance than Vivek. I'll tell you that.
I think there's so many signs that it's not going that direction. It might have been the intention, and that's why he was hand selected by the technocrat class. They hand selected him, put him in the VP role. He was going to be a very nice transition. You mentioned the Biden comparison, Biden and Obama, and you're absolutely right. Biden just wasn't that vocal as VP. He did everything behind the scenes. He was too busy setting up biolabs with Hunter Biden, with his son, getting on all these boards and funneling money to all that. So he was busy behind the scenes. But I think that Biden became that, I guess we'll go with this guy. That would never have happened if there were enough people that voted for Obama that were calling his ass out in real time, the way people that voted for Trump are calling him out. So I think that if you had that on the left, I don't think Biden could have survived. Biden was only able to get in because you had this weird dream.
Who do you think would be the Republican nominee?
We'll get to that. I want to get to where I agree that the plan was that he was going to be that guy. But I think there's too many problems with that happening. That's my prediction. I don't think it's going to work. But let's go back just so people know where he came from, because this is a hand selection, just like every VP is a hand selection by an establishment element. It's never you never have a president going in isn't like making the phone call. I know everybody likes to think that oh, Biden called Kamala. No, that didn't happen. Trump did not call JD. JD was hand selected by his protege, or he was a protege of Peter Thiel. Thiel recruited Vance at Yale Law. Vance worked in Thiel's company, helped with funds, all these venture capitalist funds, and all his ties to Bezos, Walton, launched Nare Capital with Heavy Thiel funding. Then donated $15 million. Wow, look at that! So he basically got a free ride through his Senate campaign. That's a bunch for a Senate campaign.
Like, just to pause there, it was the largest campaign donation ever given to anybody at the time, and he literally had one donor. Like, there's one person responsible for launching this man's political career, and that's Peter Thiel.
And then Thiel thought, I could take this guy that ran on Never Trumper to making him a Trump ally. So he found a way to spin that and wipe the memories of anybody who knew him as a Never Trumper. All of a sudden, he was Trump's best friend. But this was with the alignment with the PayPal mafia connections, as we know, which this is stuff that Trump didn't really have as much connection with these technocrats at all, really. He had the Epstein connections, but not so much the technocrat part of that. So his link, so this is unique to JD Vance and not to Trump. His links to surveillance state, Palantir, and Thiel's network. So all that. So Vance's rise advances Thiel's agenda. Obviously, that's the whole point. That's why your agenda gets to be focused on, just like Mary Allison investing in Trump. This is the same thing on this side. So yeah, you have the Palantir. You got web ties this to broader Thiel-backed firms like Anduril, and pushing AI-driven warfare, which is the whole point of the technocratic class, is that they push AI-driven warfare, virtual borders, and erosion of privacy and civil liberty. So it's all about that's the surveillance state we've been talking about this whole time, especially today. So, and then you got this technocratic dark enlightenment influence. And I assume JD Vance is part of this whole, we covered the secret society of Peter Thiel last week, all the secret society shit that's been going on since 2006. So Vance embodies the efforts to privatize government functions, expand public-private partnerships, all this stuff. We would the data centers, the digital IDs, the corporate welfare, all of this stuff. Promote a network state techno feudal model aligned with Thiel's views. And then you got early Wexner and Epstein adjacent connections, and this is more up Trump's alley. That you got the Vance's ties to Wexner, such as fundraiser presentations at Wexner's property before his deeper Thiel involvement. So this is his background for people that didn't know that. So that's why he was hand selected.
So he was tied into the Epstein network even before Peter Thiel picked him up. So that shows you how deep JD Vance's history is. But like, my thing is though, right, Matt, Trump was funded by the Rothschilds in the early 1990s, and he was also mentored by Epstein's predecessor, Roy Cohn, right? But yet the people who voted for him had this grand hope that he was going to go against that deep state that they all hated so much. So is it really that hard to imagine that if enough quote unquote influencers decide to get behind JD Vance, because whoever's running on the left, they paint as even worse? Like, is it that hard to imagine that those same people wouldn't vote for JD Vance? And I want to be positive. I want to believe that people have learned from their mistakes. But as far as the Republican nominee goes, I just don't see who else in the field even stands a chance at the national level. The only other person I think stands a chance is someone we're about to talk about next, because I do think it's possible that Tucker Carlson could be stepping away from the Republican Party right now to then come back and say, oh, well, maybe the Democrats are so bad that I should run to lead the Republican Party. So maybe it could be JD Vance or Tucker Carlson, because or I don't know, maybe there's a unity ticket.
Okay, well, we're going to
JD Vance and Tucker as VP. Like, what happens if Tucker becomes VP of Vance? Because Tucker has said kind words about Vance.
That's not going to happen, and we know this at this point. Unless Tucker says I had an out-of-body experience, that wasn't me. He's saying I am done with the Republican Party altogether. I am done. I am never voting for them again. Here it is.
Support the Republican Party. There's no chance I would support the Republican Party. I'm not going to support the Democratic Party. I don't know what I'm going to do. But at this point, you know, how could I or any American voter support a political party that's not loyal to the United States, that puts the interests of a foreign country above those of its own citizens? Like, that's it's not possible to vote for people like that, and I'm not going to. And I think I voted Republican my entire life. I worked at Fox News, CNN, MSNBC. I've been a consistent defender for 35 years of the Republican Party. I mean, very consistent defender. But there's no defending this because it's immoral, and it's exactly the opposite of what a political party in a democracy is charged with doing, which is representing its own voters, its own citizens, its own nation, and they're not doing that. So no, I'm out. And if I'm out, then I think a lot of other people are out.
Yeah. Karine Jean-Pierre, I forget what her exact name is, but she also said she was leaving the Democrat Party.
So we might have something happening in this third-party arena, and I'd be all for Tucker running independent. Hell, you know, J.D. Vance might consider going independent at this point, because what my theory here is, Jay, and I think this has changed, because we could have a legitimate discussion a few months ago, even a month or even 3 weeks ago. We could have said there's a legitimate ticket here where you could have Tucker, J.D. Vance, a combination of them reinventing this MAGA 2.0. I don't see that now. I think that because of what's been going on with this MOU, because of Netanyahu just allowed to rain terror on the Lebanese, whatever he wants to do and brag about it every day. I can do whatever the F I want, because of this anti-Semitism campaign, because of the capturing of our politicians, because they're changing the law and combining our military as one unit, because of all these things, because of Section 244, Massey's been fighting against to get that out of the NDAA, talking about all of this corruption and legislation going through. You can't reinvent this Republican Party as long as it's part of it. And he says, I'm not part of the Democratic Party. I think that's the thing we're hearing from a lot of people right now. I'm done with both. So this idea that J.D. Vance is going to have support, he doesn't have the support. This is what he looks like when he's on that foreign stage. And I got to tell you, man, to me, this could be a setup, man. They might be throwing him under the bus. I'm not going to say that 100%. I say keep your mind open when you see Vance being shipped off to these negotiations that aren't even happening. He looks like a deer in headlights. He looks like he's completely out of his league. Here's a clip.
All right, guys.
He has no power in that room. He's like deer in headlights. He's like a boy. He's like on, take your son to work day is what it looks like to me. Where's daddy at? I don't see him. And then you got guys like Ben Shapiro saying, F this guy. And that includes basically whatever this Turning Point USA is trying to do with whatever crowd they have left. But this Republican Party is in shambles. Here's Ben Shapiro literally dissing our vice president. I don't see any chance of J.D. Vance recovering from this loss of this demographic. Not that, I don't know Ben Shapiro, Turning Point, but they have a few people left in their camp.
Pakistan, they're just the best. They're a Chinese cutout gang. Pakistan is in the negotiations because the Chinese wanted them there. They're an Islamist dictatorship. This is ridiculous.
Are you about the Pakistani role, especially?
Very good. We love Pakistan. Thank you.
We love Pakistan. Okay, he says as he walks through the room. We love Pakistan. Do we? Do we love Pakistan? Like here he was praising the Pakistanis.
To his field marshal in Pakistan, Asim Munir. I will say that since Field Marshal Munir welcomed us with the Prime Minister in Islamabad, I have joked that I have two very, very important people in my life, an Indian and a Pakistani. The Indian is my wife, and the Pakistani is Field Marshal Munir. And I've probably talked to Field Marshal Munir more than I've talked to anybody else over the last 3 months.
That's magical. Isn't that nice? Isn't that wonderful? No, it's weak and ridiculous. That field marshal has literally called for the destruction of the state of Israel, which is our ally in this war, unless you forgot.
Okay. But I mean, Matt, be honest though. Israeli state media, aka Ben Shapiro, coming out against JD Vance is actually a good thing for him, you know, considering the popularity of, you know, the policy that's being carried out in favor of Israel right now. So listen, my experience is being a volunteer for RFK, whose #1 issue was being against vaccines, and then watching him sheepdog about half of his supporters back into the Republican Party, and then pushing policies like funding the same vaccines that he called bioweapons. So, you know, like, I just know that Tucker Carlson's father, you know, like worked with the CIA to push like propaganda. And I know like how these psyops work. They tell you things that you want to hear. They get you on their side. And then right when it counts, they move you right where they want you to be. So, you know, I just did a quick search. And, you know, as of May 2026, the most recent public comments that Tucker Carlson has made about JD Vance is, quote unquote, "I will always love JD Vance as a man." Carlson described Vance as facing an impossible situation or tough spot due to the Trump administration's Iran policy, which Carlson opposes, calling it potentially dooming for those connected to it, including the GOP. He praised Vance personally, suggesting Vance is trying to mitigate issues behind the scenes, and noted their long-standing friendship, while saying no one is seeking his counsel on foreign policy. So, you know, I don't think it's out of the question. I'm not saying it's going to happen, and I hope it doesn't happen. And I really hope that Tucker is genuine, and I would never hold, you know, what someone's parents did against them. So, like, you know, I'm cautiously optimistic that, you know, Tucker is serious about it, but the pessimist in me, after what I saw RFK do, just makes it really hard for me to believe that, you know, that Tucker Carlson is going to actually stick to that when it comes down to it. So,
and I'm not, I agree with you on that we have to be cautiously optimistic when it comes to people that have a history. We have to understand patterns. I'm just saying, I don't think we've seen this before. I don't think this is RFK Jr. Analogy here. I think that because RFK had a moving train to latch on to.
RFK had a much better record before he went into politics than Tucker Carlson did, because he spent his whole life on the right side of a lot of issues, whereas Tucker Carlson has been on the wrong side for a lot of his life and is now starting to say some things that make more sense.
RFK had a moving train to jump on when he quote unquote went independent. And there was a moving MAGA train that was collecting all these people, disenfranchised people from the Biden years, from the corrupt Democratic Party, from the independent space, and they were all coming together. And so he had a moving train to come on. I'm the point of this segment, and we're going through this, is I'm suggesting, Jay, I'm saying I don't see a moving train on the Republican Party that's going to start up anytime soon. And I'm saying that is probably a result of, it's not just JD Vance looking like a deer in headlights at these negotiations. It's not just that. It's not just, you know, Tucker saying I'm no longer voting for the Republican Party ever. Those are just little points to bring up. I think the overall problem is that you actually have a divide, a real divide in something that was so strategic. By putting Trump and Vance together, it was a strategic thing by the billionaire class, but that billionaire class is having their own divide. It's between the Zionists, right? The Miriam Addison money, and the technocratic class, the PayPal mafia guys, the Peter Thiel. So you have this divide about how we go about world domination. Because when you bring in the AI stuff, it kind of changes a little bit about the Greater Israel Project. If you talk about how do you maintain dominance, Greater Israel Project requires constant bombing, constant annihilation of people, whereas the AI model might need a little more, I guess, a little more stability of some sort. They still need their wars, but they can't have it be totally psychopath, insane,
Well,
Israel
Well,
style.
here's the thing. I don't buy that divide. Like, I think, I actually don't think that exists. I think, I've said this many times. I think it's all controlled by the same secret societies. So I actually don't think there's that much of a divide between them. And I don't think that the people at the top truly believe that the Greater Israel Project is viable. Like, there's no way you can take that little number of people to inhabit the size of the land that the Greater Israel Project is supposed to encompass, at least not in the outright form. Could they maybe want something where, Israel has a lot of influence over there, the same way America has a lot of influence all over the Americas? That, I think, could be possible. But as far as Israel expanding its borders in the way that's imagined in the Greater Israel Project, I don't think that even the people who say they're going for that, but maybe Ben-Gvir, maybe there's a few people in the Israeli government that truly believe that because they are actual fanatics. But the money behind them, I don't think they actually think that's a real possibility. So that's my opinion. I don't think that divide exists. So
Time will tell, but I do think Trump's in a pickle. Vance is in a pickle. They don't really have any options right now, and they were just like Iran's just waiting it out, man. They're just waiting it out because it's when the oil's out, it's out, and you have this MOU that wasn't.
You're right. You're right. And let me be clear. I want to end it on a positive note. Sure. Tucker Carlson, prove me wrong. Have the national chair of the We the People Party, Levi, on your show, and let Levi explain why a decentralized movement is the way to unite the country and move it forward. And I truly do hope that I'm wrong about that analysis I gave of you, and that you are going to change and you are going to do the right thing in the end. So that's just me speaking from my experience as a RFK supporter and a Bernie supporter who's been burned really bad twice.
Yeah. All right. Well, Tucker's out of the Republican Party for now. That's a good thing. So we need more of that on both sides. We need more of that on both sides.
That, good thing. I'm not going to deny that at all. Great thing.
All right. There it is. All right, Jay. Great stuff today. Anything else you want to leave us with before you cut out here?
Just recognize that the centralization of power in the political parties is part of the reason why our system is so corrupt, and there is a decentralized third party that is trying to solve that. And if you're interested in getting involved in that and taking control of, say, your local sheriff's department, because if you have a local sheriff who won't allow the people on his police force to use spot cameras, that's a win for everybody, right? So, let's think about how we can push back at the local level. And it's a lot easier to win some of these local elections than it is to win these governor elections. You don't need millions of dollars to win every election. And the We the People Party wants to empower people to get these smaller wins. And once we start getting some of these smaller wins in some of these rural areas, it'll become apparent how easy it is to win, and the word of mouth will help us gain this momentum. So there is hope on the horizon. This isn't a doom and gloom show. And if you want to find out more about that hope, just visit www.wtpnational, that's wethepeoplenational.com, and you can learn all about it. So appreciate you as always, Matt. Take it easy, Matt.
Thanks so much, Jay. All right. See you next time. Jay Scott, everybody. All right. I think we're about to hit the 4-hour mark on the Homeless Left. You guys are just joining us. Welcome. Don't worry. You can always go back and watch some of the live show you might have missed today, or if you're in and out, it's all good. Check us out on the Rumble channel, YouTube channel. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. That's the THL Presents YouTube channel, and that's Rumble. So whatever one you guys are on there, and I'm sure you might have found us on Twitter as well. I forget where else we got the Twitch channel. I don't know if anybody goes over to Twitch right now. We just decided to put that one up in the last couple of weeks. So we're gonna do this. We got a loudest voice of the week. We also got talking back. We're gonna be communicating with you guys, doing some back and forth. I'm gonna throw up a couple super chats that we missed earlier right now, and then we'll be back with we're gonna be back in a moment here with talking back, and then a loudest voice of the week for you guys. So don't go anywhere. Citizen, I had to grab this one from earlier too. You had super chats before we went live, and for some reason YouTube kicked them off the screen. So I did a little screen grab of this one. I know you had the whole Titanic thing, the solving the Titanic problem, I guess, or we could say the real truth behind the Titanic. U.S. Congress made up the iceberg. Interesting. U.S. Congress made up the iceberg. Iceberg right ahead. Maybe James Cameron was in on that as well. But no, the point is there's so much to the story that they don't tell us, and that's why we have to ask questions and look into it. Who decided not to be on that ship that day? Who had last minute cancellations? And they got sick. They go, I don't want to be on there. They might have known something about an iceberg before the rest of them did. Just throwing it out there. But thanks for that, Citizen. What else do we have here? Here, I'll do one more before we break here. This is I guess I'll put this up. I know you, Citizen, I know what you were alluding to here. We did a Tulsi segment earlier. One more word about Tulsi and Les will send you to the couch. Haha. Come on, we had to cover Tulsi. We had it. It's on the thumbnail. We got it. We had to do the story. You guys should go back and watch it later. We'll have the segment up for those who are actually interested in this story. We're certainly interested in it because she was pretending to call out Fauci in her little. She had that little binder, right? It was sitting right next to her. I got this binder. We're gonna release it. Has everything, and I'm like, we already know all that shit. We have it all. We've been doing the work. Maybe Tulsi will start a podcast and she'll start doing this shit. But we'll have to say, Tulsi, you're about 5.5 years behind on your material. Get with the times, man. Get with the times. Come on. You're playing catch up here. You're playing catch up here, Tulsi. Okay. We're gonna cut to a break. Actually, check this out, guys. This is an interesting news bit. We're not doing a segment on it. I'm just gonna show you this before we break here. The breaking news is that Alan Greenspan, longtime chairman of the Federal Reserve, speaking of the Titanic, Citizen, longtime chairman of the Federal Reserve, the guy who manipulated all the cash, all the money, all the different administrations. He manipulated so many administrations, one after the next. He's died at 100. I think that was yesterday. So enjoy this little clip, one of the best of from Alan Greenspan, who tells us, what does he tell us? Well, he's going to tell us, and he did a lot of these reveals, but he's going to tell us. He's going to tell us that. Where's the clip? Hold on, I'm just grabbing the clip real quick before I give it away here. We can always print more money. Wow, what a revelation by the guy running the privatization of our banking system, which is the Federal Reserve. It's neither federal nor is it reserve. This guy was the king of it for several decades. Here he is, and rest in peace, you son of a bitch. Here it is. We'll see you guys back here in about 2 minutes for Talking Back, and then Loudest Voice of the Week. We'll be right back.
States can pay any debt it has because we can always print money to do that. So there is zero probability of default.
There we go. All right, guys. Today's show, we were calling it. We've been calling it. The clown show must go on. We've had special guest CALEB MAUPIN in with us. Great discussion about anti-imperialism. We had Jay Scott. We're talking about all the happenings with NATO, the Greater Israel Project, the deal, no deal that isn't actually happening. We called that so long ago. We called that last week. Before the signatures even went on it, that it was never going to happen. There's just total chaos, divide. It's constant distractions, constant confusion. As CALEB told us, it's purposeful confusion. Create a bunch of Davids so Goliath can win the battle. Because people like rooting for David, but they can't root for David if they create 10 or 20 Davids fighting amongst each other. Which is the point. That's what it's about here. The Tulsi stuff that went down on her last day, thinking that she was doing this big reveal. We know that she didn't really reveal anything that we already didn't know. Again, a controlled opposition make us think that we're moving things forward when we've barely gone an inch. In fact, you could argue we've gone backwards when you purposely only focus on one reveal and deliberately leave the other thing behind the curtain. That could be potentially a step backwards, because by not mentioning the thing that's behind the other curtain, you're giving people the intentionally wrong idea about what the problem actually is, and making people feel like, look at that. Look at how they pulled that curtain back on that one thing. Problem solved, moving on. Well, we didn't get to the other curtain. Well, that was on purpose. So there you are. Let's go ahead and start with you guys now and interact with you. This is the time where we talk about what we can do and elevate your voices, because you're not just audience members on the show. You're part of what we're doing. You're part of the homeless left movement, which is a populist movement, ground up, critical thinkers allowed from any side of the spectrum, any group that you no longer feel part of. That's why we're doing this here. So yeah, appreciate all the super chats today. Let's go ahead and I'll put a couple of them up here. Again, this one from Blake. Really appreciate this. Legendary Matt and CALEB looking hella dapper and professional this afternoon. Thank you for that. And you guys can watch we'll be uploading the segment with me and CALEB later on. If it's not already up, if you guys are watching this on a replay, you guys can already watch it. We'll have that up as well for you guys soon. Thank you for the super chat, Leora W. And let's see. Oh, this was from Sherwood Players super sticker. You know what? The super sticker works, guys. Even if you don't want to say anything, you can do a sticker, and that's some pretty badass stuff. Unfortunately, that red took away from the actual. I think if you go on the YouTube page, it was an actual microphone, which was that sticker, but we didn't see it on StreamYard, unfortunately. There. What else we got here? We have, I think Citizen. We might have missed this one from earlier. This is LAPD. Thanks for the super chat. LAPD acted like Uvalde's police dog. Kids mean nothing. Yes. Dog kid. Oh, Uvalde's police department. Dog kids mean nothing. And you're referring to the horrible training at the LAPD, which is on purpose. They end up murdering dogs. They shoot at anything that moves, anything that they feel threatened by. That's the training. They don't actually do anything. So good comparison there. All these police departments, they're all pieces of shit. These are people that are trained by the IDF, and they're trained to think like terrorists, to parade around neighborhoods that aren't even theirs. They're in enemy territory all the time. So that's how it is, and that's how we all have to understand that that's on purpose. It's not bad apples. It's on purpose. I don't know if I missed any from before. Citizen, let's see. I think we got to them all here so far. Let's see. Okay. One more from you, Citizen. Could you play Jake GTV's latest video at the exit theme? We already have that one locked. I'm not switching it out, but we'll go ahead and we'll check in with Jake. Maybe for Thursday's show. I'll reach out to him and we'll see if the new video is worthy of being played on our outro. But we got another one already queued up for today. Just letting you know. Okay, let's get to some of the other live chats here from you guys. Yes. This is what we've been saying. Thank you so much, Topher. Bread and circuses, except you don't have any bread. We're only getting the circuses. It's crazy, right? You think they could at least do some breadcrumbs? Maybe we should call it breadcrumbs and circuses. I think I just thought of a new one. Breadcrumbs and circuses. Maybe we'll call that the next title to the next episode. Let's see what else. Yes, this is a great. Thank you for this, Stephanie. I agree with this guy. Why do we have to pay to live? I think that was the opening. We had the Joker character, the clown show character, saying, "Why are we having to pay to live? Water, air, what? Shelter. We already got conned into the shelter thing. Like we were born here. We didn't ask to be born here. We have to pay for the things that are already here. Water, air, shelter, and now what's next? Information. We have to pay for info. What's the information? What is it? It's data. We have to pay for. Wait, so you have data that we have to pay for. Where did you get the data? Oh, you got the data from us. We are the data. What? Wait. Okay, hold on. Back up. Sam Altman and your psychopath company. What are you talking about? You're saying pay. We have to pay for data, or as Jay Scott says, we're renting the data from you because we don't even know. You own it now. You own the data, which comes from us, and then we have to rent it from you. Yep. And Jungle Jared, thanks for tuning in just in time for the clown show. Well, yeah, you didn't miss it. We're still here. We're here for the clown show is an ongoing thing. Even when we go off the air, the clown show continues for sure. Nalem, always appreciate the engagement on both Rumble and YouTube. If you get sick, you're bankrupt, you want higher education, you bankrupt. Welcome to the American nightmare. Exactly. All right, let's see what else. And yeah, Jungle Jared, here's the deal. There is no deal. I think that was a line Biden used to be like, all right, here's the deal, man. Here's the deal. Look, come on, man. Come on, fat. Here's the deal. There is no deal. Love it. All right. This is funny. That Ben Shapiro is so small in that tiny hat. It looks pretty big on him. Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yep, Stephanie, our government is so damn disgusting. And I will say, here's this one. DD Geopolitics is based. Thank you for that one. Oh, we got what else do we got here? This is a great quote that Bibi said. America is something that is easily maneuvered. He's been talking like that since the 90s, guys. He's been talking that about every administration, the Clinton administration, Bush, you have Obama, Biden, you have Trump twice. Yeah, he's been doing this shit since Clinton. I mean, Trump's stupid. I think he might be at the end of his rope. I don't know. He might have run out of gas, but he's not I wouldn't say totally stupid. I mean, he did figure out how to weasel his way back into office, and he's definitely good at maneuvering stuff. He's good at deflecting. He's good at changing the subject. He's good at going from being attacked to attack mode. He gets into attack mode. He's very good at certain things. Intelligent level, it's hard to tell because he plays this simple reaction guy, always reacting with simple ideas, simple thoughts for the demographic that likes him. So I think that those are qualities not necessarily of a smart or stupid person, but it's somebody who understands presentation, I do think he's at the end of his rope, though. I think he's running out of gas, and I think he didn't see things going this way. Let's just agree on that. Trump did not see things going this way for him as far as his legacy goes. This was not in the car. This was not what that campaign of 2024 was supposed to be. Not this at all. So I'm sure he's trying to figure out how to maneuver out of this one. I haven't really seen this comparison, but Donald Trump equals Biden 2.0. I mean, yeah, I think sure. We call him Obama 2.0, but at this point it could be Biden 2.0 just because of the wear and tear, and you realize, God, is he even functionable anymore? He looks like he needs to be like laying down in bed right now. Kind of, yeah, exactly. All right, let's see a few more here. Okay, we had a little boomer discussion on YouTube. I'm not going to put that up here, but everybody, look, boomers it's a name. People get called at a certain age. You don't have to identify as a boomer if you know your shit and you know what's going on. You don't have to even call yourself that if you don't want. But I think the point is it's supposed to be when you call somebody a boomer in reference to not understanding what's going on today, because you're past a certain age where you used to care, you used to be, protesting in Vietnam back in the day, and then now you're fully captured by whatever party, most likely the Democratic Party, but there's certainly some in the Trump side as well that just they don't have any concept of what's actually happening with Israel and how captured we actually are, both sides of the spectrum. So yeah, you don't have to. You can get out of that. So it's all good, guys. But I see the little discussion going on there. That's fine. That's cool. That's funny. Hey, Tulsi, camera 2. Yeah, she got that. She had that Candace Owen thing set up, right? Where you got the camera and then it switched. So high production value for somebody who's challenging the deep state. Pretty high production value there, Tulsi. I want to take some tips. Maybe we could do it here, right? We could do a little. I could be talking, and then you guys can do like a little, like this shot, blah, 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 and then we can go back to this. Yeah. Oh, we'll look into it. It's very effective. It's safe and effective. Yes, Nayland, military PSYOP officer. Yep, there you are. There you are. Okay. Pamela Drew, thanks for tuning in. Good question. Did she get her latest boosters? I wonder. Oh, sorry to hear this. My bro-in-law was hospitalized recently, supposedly meningitis. Well, yeah. That's in there was this girl that this influencer just died of meningitis. It just happened real quick. Yeah, that's unfortunate. This is perfectly normal now. Perfectly normal. So just be careful, guys. Yeah, sorry to hear all that. Oh, thanks for pointing this out, JWC. Bill Gates isn't a scientist either. I forget that because he always seems to know exactly what he's talking about. Man, I forget that. Thanks for reminding us. Bill Gates is not a scientist. Great question, Woo Jen. How many times does GoFundMe have to screw people over before people stop using it? Just 20 seconds of research before starting the campaign would have told you not to use GoFundMe. Well, maybe, it's like you want to see if you can get away with it. If they're not going to red flag you might as well go for it. But yeah, I think at this point, out of a principle, I'd say not. I mean, we should have figured it out back in 2020. I guess it was 2021 was the trucker convoy in Canada. And if you had given money to their GoFundMe, they had not just kept the money, but they went after the bank accounts of anybody that was tied to the campaign. And then they threatened to go after the bank accounts of anybody who gave money to that campaign. Maybe that should have been enough to say, F you, GoFundMe. Probably. But, and to be clear, Woo-Jen, they didn't lose anything. They just didn't get to use it. It's not like they didn't set the campaign up and then lost a bunch of money. I think they just were denied to use it in the first place. So it's not, So they're just doing it on their own website, which is, I guess the way you had to do it back in the day before these apps. I don't think Caleb is coming. Thanks for the chat here. Are you visiting speaking at CPI chapter in LA this summer? He didn't say he was coming to LA. I guess there's some people here in LA representing CPI at the chapter here. But it looks like he's going to be spending a lot of time in Chicago. But I'll ask him, because we're going to have another follow-up discussion and see if he is planning to come to LA anytime soon. Yeah, thanks again, Gabrielle, for putting together that conversation. And you guys should go check out cplusa.org. If you go to the chat, you can still find the link, or you could just type it in yourself. And this is CALEB MAUPIN's Center for Political Innovation. A lot of stuff going on this summer for you guys who want to get involved with some actual activism, anti-imperialist activism, populism, all sides, both sides. It don't matter what side. We're fighting the imperialist, psychopath, Epstein, child-eating class. That's what we're doing. If you worship Baal, you're on the wrong side, guys. Not that any of you do, but just so you know, those are the two sides, right? You got the Baal worshipers, and then you got the people. That's pretty much, that's what you got. So what side are we going to be on at this point, right? Okay. And this is a good debate. So so we talked about the Palestine movement. To a degree, I kind of don't agree with Caleb's critique of the pro-Palestine movement. His some good suggestions, but I don't fully agree. Maybe we spent a little more time with the movement, and I did bring that up with him, that what we saw face to face on the ground, it's different than what's being spun in the media. So I think that if you're not there to see it, you might mistake some of the messaging for infiltration of the movement. When it's different. It's different to say a movement's been infiltrated versus the media is misreporting on it. Or both could be true at the same time. But in the case of the Palestinian protesters, it was more about misreporting from all of the media outlets, all of them, not just Fox News. They were all doing it on purpose. And I'd say that was the biggest problem, has been the biggest problem of the Palestinian movement, not the movement itself. Of course, there's people that were like COVIDian, like follow the rules with the masks. But most of the masks were on people because they literally didn't want to get doxxed by their college campuses and their employers. So we're telling you, that's what we saw when we were there. And, they weren't showing up and being part of No Kings. They knew No Kings was bullshit. They were against the Democratic National Convention in the summer. So I pointed that out. I think maybe Caleb has a new thought after we talked. I don't know. But thanks for that. I appreciate that, Chris. And you're right. I pointed this out during the interview. The Palestinian protesters had to wear masks, or else the Zionists would make sure they can't get jobs because they would dox them. Exactly. But also there were a handful of them that were COVIDians. There were a couple. For the most part, they were protecting themselves from being doxxed, not from some flu-like virus that you'd get over with in a day or two if you caught it. Not that masks actually stop COVID. That's not actually a thing. By the way, any of you still think that masks stop spitballs or breath going? Do you think breath with little thing? Do you think that a mask? It's like what do they say? It's like a screen door on a battleship, right? Or on a submarine, right? No. The battleship, that was the one that was messed, that the Back to the Future character Biff got wrong. The real joke is it's like a screen door on a submarine, which means you can't have a screen door on a submarine and think it's going to do anything. You can't have a mask on your face to protect you from a virus that can be spread from mouth to mouth, breathing. You're not doing anything. And there's plenty of studies to show you that, guys. Plenty of them, just so you know. Yeah, No King, such a joke. Just Dem advocacy. That's what it was. And it was No Kings was started by a pair of Zionists. We discussed this. We actually did the investigation with Garland Nixon on his show few months back to show you guys the entire thing is one big, I guess you say, controlled opposition psyop situation. And it's supposed to herd you back into the Democratic Party that's pro-NATO and still pro-APAC, still doing that APAC shit. Still, it's not going to stop. The leadership of the Democratic Party is still Chuck Schumer, still Nancy Pelosi. These are people, Hakeem Jeffries, these are people who are pro-Zionist 1,000%. They show up to the Zionist Nazi rallies. Chuck Schumer shows up directly, the streets in New York, yelling and screaming about Israel has the right to do whatever the fuck they want. That's the Democratic Party, guys. And that's who you're supporting when you support No Kinks. So like Caleb Maupin says, create your own movement, join up with a third-party movement, anti-establishment movement, you can't be anti-imperialist unless you're anti-establishment. You can't be anti-establishment unless you ditch both parties. That's the only way this is going to go. That's the only way. Gonzo Johnny, thanks for tuning in on Rumble. Appreciate it. While at war with Russia and Iran and threatening China. That is quite the laundry list that we've signed up for here, guys. Kelly Lane, thanks for tuning in. And this is a great question. Okay, guys, listen up. Why is PBS dismantling an influence operation by cybersecurity company Checkpoint, whose leadership is all Israeli, IDF, and Unit 8200? Of course, there's not. PBS disseminating. There's disseminating an influence operation. So they're not going to help. The 8200, IDF and Unit 8200 needs to be called out every single freaking time. And the media that pretends that they're calling this out and is not, they are doing the exact opposite. They are elevating these companies. They're elevating folks like Larry Ellison and all of his spyware with Oracle, and owning all these media companies now, and TikTok and all the rest. No, PBS is not doing us any favors there, guys. Not doing us. Thank you, Kelly Lane. Thank you. Get to a few more of these. Well, I hope this isn't true, Kelly. Every single indie media outlet is ignoring this, including Gray Zone. We know Max as well. Ignoring, I hope not. I hope it's just because there's so much on the docket right now, and they hopefully will get to it. Too bad. I hate to see that. But we'll go, we try to elevate this type of investigative journalism that Kelly Lane you do so well, and we appreciate it. We'll try to get these stories out. Some of them don't go the way they should. They don't get enough leverage. Okay. Let's see a few more here. Not sure what tweet you're referring to, Citizen, but it's great they kept that tweet. The America First Army took that post and plastered it across every enemy collaborator's account. Oh, I know. Now I remember. You're talking about Ben Gavir speaking in Hebrew on Twitter, and Twitter saying, you know what? You violated our rules. You're talking about annihilating all of Lebanon, dancing on their graves, and just insane rant in Hebrew. We're not only are we're gonna flag it as violation of our policies, we're gonna keep it so people can read what you actually wrote. We're translating it to English so people can actually read what you wrote. I think that's fantastic too. I think that's fantastic that we can actually see how disgusting and sick and twisted these Israeli officials are, that they think they can get away with talking in Hebrew and that we're not going to find out. Well, we will find out. Oh, thank you for this. Leslie Stetna don't comply with digital ID and digital programmable money. They need those data centers to control us through a worldwide digital grid. Exactly. We've been saying that on the show this whole time. And we know that the flock cameras are for surveilling for sure. Love this one. That's got to be our mindset now, Matt. We call the shots. We set the rules. Burden of proof is on the PDF defenders now. That's right. We're in charge now. We call the shots. Call us whatever name you want. We don't care. We're doing it our way now. What do they say? Conspiracy theorists are batting 1,000. That's the thing now? Batting 1,000. Oh boy, we got some people. See, we need some more mod help in the YouTube chat. I can't do all of this for us. Luke Baker, thanks for tuning in. COVID-19, The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab, The First Global Revolution by Alexander King, Limits to Growth by the Club of Rome, Henry Kissinger, NSSM 200 population measures. Great. These are all great references. Appreciate that, Luke Baker. Thanks for that. Robert, thanks for tuning in. Zio-neocons, Nazis. Zio-neocon Nazis. I love it. Zio-neocon Nazis going total new age medieval in NASA juice USD for failure of all other currencies and economies. Equals buy all assets, 90%. Privatize about 300 trillion in hemisphere. Okay, yeah. But I like this. Zio-neocon Nazis. That's all one word. Love it. Kurt, love this one. Deceive, deny, delude, repeat daily. Love that one. Oh, thanks, Sam. Appreciate this because we were talking about Starmer stepping down. Uniting the country is Starmer's legacy. We all fucking hate him. Good to know. So is the switch out? Does that mean is it gonna reset a lot of the population? Giving this new guy a chance as if it's not exactly the same playbook. Is that a thing? Is Andy Burnham going to get a reset? Like, oh, you're not actually tied to Starmer. Is that what's going to happen? Who knows? Okay, let's get to a few more, and then we got to get to the last segment, guys, before we sign out here. Oh yeah, Greenspan died at 100. Boo-hoo. His father of austerity. We had plenty of money, and one guy got it all. Well, that was the whole Federal Reserve, the Rothschilds and the. I mean, this guy, he started. I guess it was JP Morgan. He started JP Morgan. So all these big bankers that were part of the bankster Zionist class, the ones that happened to survive the Titanic, right? The ones that wanted to privatize the banking system. These are the people. These are the people that figure out how to make the privatization of our money be the real centerpiece of who decides, who calls all the shots in our government. From administration to administration, from policy to policy, to make the American people think, and not just the American people. This happens all throughout Europe as well. But to make people think that the president is deciding anything when we literally have these very few people controlling everything through privatizing of the banking system, and that was his legacy. That was his legacy. That's it. It was the guy who controlled the money and did it for so many years. And it's going to continue on. He set a precedent that's going to continue on until it doesn't, until it's not sustainable. But at some point it won't. But this is the way it's been the whole time, I guess, since the 20s. I think since 1920s, right? Or right after this was coincidentally right after the Titanic sunk. That's when the Federal Reserve was created. Total coincidence, has nothing to do with the people murdered on that boat by that iceberg. Nothing to do with that. Okay. We'll get to the rest on the outro. That should be it for today on talking back with you guys. Let's just go ahead and yeah, guys, I'll just say this. It's a clown show that must continue. And that's what we're living through, guys. One big fat clown show. And the clown show must go on. So let's go ahead and wrap up with our last story. We're gonna do a little loudest voice of the week, and then we'll sign off here, guys. This is kind of a fun one. We'll get to this. All right, guys, here we go. Loudest voice of the week coming right up here. Here we go. It's the loudest voice of the week. Let's look at this week in local news, local journalism to be exact. We have a newscaster. This newscaster decided he had enough of his job of journalism. He was an Emmy-winning local news anchor in Iowa. His name is Dustin Nolan. And he quit over the weekend. I guess his last broadcast was on Friday, and he quit live on TV. He got tearful. It was abrupt. He bid farewell to the viewers, and then he gave a reason why he was done. And the thing that would, even more importantly, reminding people why he got into news in the first place. So all this went down on Friday. Here's just a look at, because all the publications put this out over the weekend. Emmy-winning news anchor emotionally resigns on air, and he says, quote, "I have always done my best to be transparent and bring you the facts." That's Dustin Nolan, he says, as he holds back tears. Let's watch the clip of his last sign off, and then we'll talk about it. Okay. But he did become an over the weekend kind of sensation, because this did go viral. So let's watch it. What actually aired. This was in Iowa. The end of the day, final news broadcast of this Emmy Award winning local news anchor. Here we go.
Well, I'll try to get through this. Well, before we go this morning, I have an announcement. Today is my last day here at KWQC TV6. I have chosen to step away from the news industry. Before I say goodbye, I just want to say I hope every one of you that's allowed me to be a part of your mornings know just how important that I have taken this job. How much it means to me that you've trusted me these past few years to bring you the news in the morning. I promise you I've given you everything I have. I've never tried to be perfect or what many think a newsman is supposed to be, but I have always done my best to be transparent, bring you the facts, and I've always been myself. I've loved being able to provide a public service to this place we all call home, the Quad Cities. When it comes to this job, all I've ever wanted to do is report on the issues that really matter. I've always believed that we, as a local news station, owe you, the viewers, the best that we can do, because without you, none of us would be able to do this job. I also believe that we as a local news station have to be more than trends or sanitized news, because it makes people feel uncomfortable. That's why the facts matter, and that's why we do what we do here. We have to take people out of their bubbles and comfort zones and make them think about the world we all live in.
So what is unclear here, and I'm just pausing it here. What's unclear is he calling out the news station for not upholding these values, or is he saying they had him the whole time and he's just reminding people why he joined? Well, we know why he joined. It was for this reason. And this is that part we know. This is why a lot of people go into journalism, because they want to be part of something that they deem is got, you know, some there's some merit there of people that are in, as far as the impression you have when you're outside of it and you want to get into it. You say, hey, I'd like to be somebody that goes and seeks truth and tells people what's going on and does it in an honest way. So that part we know is that he went in, but so he went in that way. Is he leaving because it's not that way anymore and he's had enough? That's what some people are saying. Some people are saying that. And so you have to read between the lines here. What's really going on? It seems like he's really crying. That's not fake. This isn't some fake sign off like a, I don't know, a Tom Brokaw or some of these guys when they quit on the national stage. It's all theater. It's all bullshit. We've seen these guys. Man, who was the one guy that, they do their emotional send-offs on their evening news, and it's all fake. This is real. He's actually crying. He's actually trying to hold back tears. But I'm just throwing that out. What is actually happening here? Is he calling out the news mechanism that isn't the thing he thought it was? Or is he just, I've had enough, I'm going to go change careers. Randomly, I'm going to go do something else. I'm done with news. I've had enough. I got my Emmy. I'm done. Well, let's see. Let's hear some more.
And this is a bittersweet goodbye. Yes, I'm looking forward to my next chapter in life, but it's not easy to say goodbye. The hardest part of this job for me is the realization that I won't be working with Jenna anymore, because she isn't just the greatest co-anchor on the news desk, but she is the greatest co-anchor in life as well.
So it turns out these two are together, and you see how they're holding. So this makes it even more strange. Why is he quitting and she's not? What is going on here? Is there some discussion, closed door discussion he's not allowed to talk about? There's a lot of questions here. He's not being clear, but it did get people's attention. That's good. So we are looking at this. Let's hear the rest. But there's a lot to trying to figure out, because he's not, for a guy who's saying, I want to give people the news, he's not telling us what the circumstance actually is. So a lot of people are playing guessing games about this right now. It's not actually very clear.
And if you don't have a Jenna in your life, I suggest you find one, because she makes dreams come true in every way another human can. And to the great and talented people here at TV6, like Kevin Phelps, Mike Ortiz, Ryan, our morning producer, Kaylee and Madison, our morning directors, and people like Deanna as well, and others that, all the other wonderful people here that I've worked with here at TV6, I just want to say thank you for being great professionals and, more importantly, great people. There will be no more TV tomorrows for me, so for everyone who's allowed me to be a part of their morning, I really do thank you. Good day and goodbye.
Well, at least he got the last sentence out without breaking down. Got a nice little, just solid goodbye. It kind of plays out from there before they do the last little music bit. But so again, this went viral. A lot of people saying this is where he said F you to that media establishment. The thing that he said, I came into this thing to be part of something honest and real and have courage doing it. So I believe that that's what he came in to do. Did that change? Why is he leaving and his significant other is not? Why is he saying my career, I'm going to change careers? Well, what's the next chapter? He's not saying that. Why are you so young and you're stopping? What is the thing? So that's why there's a lot of news outlets reporting on this, that he did this kind of on his own terms, that he said, I'm going to go out like this. I'm going to tell people this is the thing that it's supposed to be, but I'm not doing it anymore because it's not that thing anymore. And we would like that to be the truth, because that's what we would hope more people did this. They don't. This is not actually a thing we see. So if he was forced to walk it back and say, no, we're all good. I don't have any, I'm not burning bridges with the network. We're cool. I just wanted to say that doing journalism on a local level here in Iowa is fun. Okay. You can walk it back and save your relationships. But we've already seen the clip and it's already gone viral. And I think enough people are saying, they're asking this question. Why do not more people do this? It's a great question. So whether or not this local Iowa guy, Emmy award-winning journalist, whether or not he's sticking it to his news company or he's just, being dramatic on his last day and just, tearing up because it's hard to say goodbye. And that's all it is. There's nothing else to see here. I'm just emotional because it's my last day. If it's something else, that's making us say, why don't we see that more often? And you don't have to just limit that to the media. Why don't we see that with policing? Why don't we see people throw their shit down and say, this is not what I signed up for? Here's my badge and gun. I'm out. We don't see that, do we? We don't see journalists do this. Journalists who I believe this guy went in for the right reason. I'd like to think, I hope this is him saying F you in a professional way, right? But saying F you, this isn't the thing I signed up for. I'm out. We want to see more of that. So whether he meant it that way or not, enough people took it that way. And we want to believe that. And we want to hold other people more accountable. And that's why this is important. This story is important because it should hold us to a higher standard of what we expect from people who sign up for something they didn't know what they were getting into. What do? If you got into something for good reasons and it turned out to be something that wasn't what you thought it was going to be, what are you supposed to do at that point? What is the right thing to do? You say, well, maybe the first thing is, can I change it from within? Okay. And then you realize you can't. You can't change the police from within. You can't change the media. They're propagandists. It's not real. It's not real journalism. Even on the local level, it's not as bad as the national, the big ones, but it's still, everything's edited. Everything is fine tuned. At some point you say, this isn't what I signed up for. What do? You can't change it from the inside. So you say, F this, I'm out. And you want to be big about it. Unfortunately, we just don't see that. So what we can do about it is we can be inspired by something like this and say, what could be in the future? Could we have more people do this? Could we have more people say, this isn't what I signed up for? And tell the world, have more of these go viral. We need that. And then we can hold people accountable that make every excuse. Oh, I got to pay the bills. We're not listening to that shit anymore. We got to pay the bills. F that. We lived through COVID. We know what it means to put your ass on the line and do the right thing and say, I'm willing to take a hit to do the right thing, even if it costs me my job, because I'm going to find another job. I'm going to find something else. Something else will come up. But this right now is the right thing to do right now. So we need more people like that. Again, whether he intended it that way or not, this is how we take it. And that's why this Emmy-winning Iowa local news anchor, Dustin Nolan, is getting this week's loudest voice of the week. All right, guys. That wraps. We're wrapping it up. We're wrapping it up now. Thanks for being part of today's show, The Homeless Left. This is a good one. I enjoyed it. I just want to give a special thanks to our guest, CALEB MAUPIN. Don't forget to check out his group. Very important to get involved. We're getting involved. He got a convention coming up in Chicago on August 16th. We're gonna see if we can get out there. Actually, I'm gonna see if we can make the trip, because we were there 2 summers ago, and a lot of stuff going. So it sounds like Chicago might be a place to be. We'll hit up our friends at Heartlands Media, see if we want to coordinate with them as well. But this is the group, cpiusa.org. Please go there, help them out. We're talking about folks like Garland Nixon. We have so many great people being part. Scott Ritter being part of this group, Anti-Imperialists. So go check that out. Thank you, CALEB, for being on the show. By the way, thanks again to Gabrielle Thanks to all the other, if there's anybody helping us out modding today, we appreciate it both on YouTube and Rumble. And of course, thanks to Jay Scott for co-hosting today. And we'll see you guys back here on Thursday. We're going to have, I think we're going to have Craig Pasta back, Jay again, another special guest. We can't fully announce just yet, but stay tuned. We'll let you guys know. Thanks for liking, sharing, getting this out there. I told you guys earlier, check your subscription buttons on YouTube and make sure you're still subscribed. Very important that you do that because they like to unsubscribe people a lot, especially on channels like ours that are just getting moving. We're just getting the algorithm. We're just figuring out ways to beat it, and it's happening. We're getting 100,000 people sometimes watching our live show. It's pretty phenomenal, but it is going like this. So we need you guys to double check your subscriptions and yes, share out, like, all that stuff. Thank you guys so much for being part of the Homeless Left. We're going to leave you with a flashback since Alan Greenspan is dead, 100 years gone, moving on to the next psychopaths that are running the Federal Reserve. But Alan Greenspan was called out by Bernie Sanders back in the day. We're going to play this whole clip for you guys on the outro. Pay attention. You're going to hear some familiar language. You're also going to see a little bit more enthusiastic Bernie that looked like he might have a good career ahead of him. We didn't know it would go the way it did, but this is back when you're like, this guy could be somebody who would actually challenge both parties. And we didn't fully get that, did we? It never actually happened. But this independent Bernie Sanders from Vermont going after Alan Greenspan with how he rigged the economy, and Greenspan has to listen to him before he gets to respond. And it's pretty wild to hear it. It happened so many years ago. So just food for thought for you guys on the way out. In the meantime, remember, guys, when you go out in the world, always go out with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the Homeless Left. We'll see you guys on Thursday. Power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
And I have long been concerned that you are way out of touch with the needs of the middle class and working families of our country, that you see your major function in your position as the need to represent the wealthy and large corporations. And I must tell you that your testimony today only confirms all of my suspicions. And I urge you, and I mean this seriously, because you're an honest person. I think you just don't know what's going on in the real world. And I would urge you, come with me to Vermont, meet real people. The country clubs and the cocktail parties are not real America. The millionaires and billionaires are the exception to the rule. You talk about an improving economy while we have lost 3 million private sector jobs in the last 2 years. Long-term unemployment has more than tripled. Unemployment is higher than it has been since 1994. We have a $4 trillion national debt. 1.4 million Americans have lost their health insurance. Millions of seniors can't afford prescription drugs. Middle-class families can't send their kids to college because they don't have the money to do that. Bankruptcy cases have increased by a record-breaking 23%. Business investment is at its lowest level in more than 50 years. CEOs make more than 500 times of what their workers make. The middle class is shrinking. We have the greatest gap between the rich and the poor of any industrialized nation, and this is an economy that is improving. I hate to see what would happen if our economy was sinking. Now, today, you may not have known this. I suspect that you don't, but you have insulted tens of millions of American workers. You have defended over the years, among other things, the abolition of the minimum wage, one of your policies, and giving huge tax breaks to billionaires. But today you reached a new low, I think, by suggesting that manufacturing in America doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where the product is produced. We lost 2 million manufacturing jobs in the last 2 years alone, 10% of our workforce. Walmart has replaced General Motors as the major employer in America, paying people starvation wages rather than living wages, and all of that does not matter to you. Doesn't matter if it's produced in China where workers are making 30 cents an hour or produced in Vermont where workers can make 20 bucks an hour, it doesn't matter. You have told the American people that you support a trade policy which is selling them out, only working for the CEOs who can take our plants to China, Mexico, and India. You insulted Mr. Castle. Mr. Castle, a few moments ago, a good Republican, told you that we're seeing not only the decline of manufacturing jobs, but white-collar information technology jobs. Forrester Research says that over the next 15 years, 3.3 million U.S. service industry jobs and 136 billion in wages will move offshore to India, Russia, China, and the Philippines. Does any of this matter to you? Do you give one whit of concern to the middle class and working families of this country? That's my question.
Congressman, we have the highest standard of living in the world.
No, we do not. You go to Scandinavia and you will find that people have a much higher standard of living in terms of education, health care, and decent paying jobs. Wrong, Mr. Greenspan.
May I answer your question?
You sure may.
Thank you. For a major industrial country, we have created the most advanced technologies, the highest standard of living for a country of our size. Our economic growth is crucial to us. The incomes, the purchasing power of our employees, our workers, our people are by far more important than what it is we produce. I submit to you that, may I?
I'm just making a face. I'm not making a comment.
The major focus of monetary policy is to create an environment in this country which enables capital investment and innovation to advance. We are at the cutting edge of technologies in the world. We are doing an extraordinary job over the years, and people flock to the United States. Our immigration rates are very high. And why? Because they think this is a wonderful country to come to.
That is an incredible answer.